Don't play around like us up. What's good with it? What's good with it? Yes, yes. All right, let me see. Get this chat call out the way. Queen. Woo, I think Queen should be a whisperer. Woo, she whispers. Woo. Hey, Star. A whisper in the building. What's good with it, Zoe? Stilettos. SM. You know, I'm almost about ready to call you S&M. Okay, I'm trying to consciously not do that. All right. I'm really trying not to do that. Sonya Davis, what's good with it? And all the people that's looking in the window, looking in the window, looking in the window, holding on to the window. Right. What's good with it? This is Friday. When the last time I was on a Friday? Was it last Friday? Probably was. What's good with it? What's good with it? We got a few things. You know what? I don't know if y'all are spoiled or whatever. Because I take my time and I just load up the goddamn community board. Our community board. It ain't good enough. Now I said I be like, okay, I'm gonna, I said I'm gonna try to put stuff in print, come on here and do it orally and whatever, right? And we can't do it hands on. You can do that at your own, your own. But and I put all the information out there and still get requests. So when you gonna come on and explain it? What do you and then the people that's asking me, I know full of shit, because I know y'all already understand what I read, what I wrote. Y'all just full of shit. Y'all just don't want to give a sister a break. Damn. But I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Cause ain't nobody asking for you then shit. Yeah. The hell we will. Yeah. And I know the ones y'all, the ones that's reading it, asking me. So when you gonna come, I know y'all motherfuckers understand. I, they just spoil. Spoiled is hell. Y'all are spoiled. What's up, Coco Chic? Spoil, spoil, spoil. That's crazy. Not a problem. I was going to come on last night, but I got tired. So I was like, man, I was gonna talk about this Don Russell stuff because it seems like we getting a little movement in his case, right? And a lot of times you have to go back to visit what was going on with the little stuff that he's I don't call it little stuff because they have attached and rightfully so his and I'm not saying that Don did this on behalf of R. Kelly. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that because it all has something to do with the R. Kelly case, rightfully so, it should be attached because one of the accusers is in the Don's case, is in R. Kelly's case. So of course it would be adjacent to one another, right? So that's what I mean. So anyway, before we get started, I want to wait for some more people to come on up in here if they're coming. So anyway, listen. Now I don't strike. I don't strike nobody unless I tell you I'm gonna strike your ass. Or and I'm definitely not gonna strike nobody who had prior no, prior authorization to play the stuff that comes from over here, our content over here, okay? I'm not gonna do that. So with that being said, honey, I done laughed at Mr. Neef. I don't go back and watch my shit, right? Because I be so embarrassed about how I have to get the fuck down with some of these goddamn people. They would take you there. They would make you get out your car. Be like, what the fuck? Right? And I done laugh, you know, Miss Niece, laugh make you laugh anyway. I done laugh my ass off. Listen to my stupid ass. Honey, I be so goddamn mad. Oh, I be so mad, baby. I be so mad. I be so mad. What's good with it, Leslie? What's good with it? So I be so mad. But anyway, so I don't know why she took that live down. I was listening to when she was talking about Kaya and all the people. But I don't know if anybody knows this, but honey, listen. So before running into this shit over him with this R. Kelly shit, right? I was over there with the T.S. Madisons, the Kaya, and that Michelle from the A Lady. Now, I like T.S. Madison. So when T.S. and Kaya did the split thing, you know how that shit, if anybody familiar with what I'm talking about, you know how that shit went down. So, now just in case y'all don't know, I done got into it with Tommy Sotomayor. I done cussed his ass out, you know. Like in 2018, I was a real angry person. 2018 and in the past, I was a real angry person. But I cuss your ass out and be at your goddamn door. All right, but so anyway, and when the the splitting shit happened, I wasn't really feeling Kanye anyway. But when the splitting shit happened, it was crazy. So it was a whole bunch of a little back and forth between her and TS, right? And I used to call in the TS show sometime too. So I had to cuss Kai ass out. Oh, I had to cuss Kaya's ass out. And that's what I think I ran into. I think it's that girl used to be right here called Miss Legally Blonde 22. I used to get her and Nika Bowman mixed up, but it's Miss Legally Blonde 22. I think I ran into her over there because I had to curse her ass out over there. Okay, so when I cussed Kaya's ass out, then her fans didn't like that I got the best of her, right? So her fans started coming at me. I was taking their ass out by the fives and that shit. And see, one thing about them, they realized when they should have just left it alone, and that's what they did. After going back and forth a couple of times, I would go like the longest time I would go back and forth with them, and they would come at me like in threes, fours, and fives. It'd be like a week. And the people be like, "Oh man, she is telling y'all ass to fuck up, whatever. Y'all need to leave that goddamn lady cuss y'all the fuck out, right?" And I don't know if Nia saw me cussing. Nia that used to be over here saw me cussing them out on Kaya's. I don't know what, But by that time, I had already came in with the day ones over here with the R. Kelly stuff, right? But I didn't know nothing about no Team Truth now. I just knew about the R. Kelly people, right? I didn't know about no Team Truth until like October 2019. Y'all know I'm good with my timelines and shit. I remember. It was September, October 2019. But so I didn't even know nothing about them. And I had seen around that time I had seen Larry over there on Phases, right? So that's how I saw him. And I was already cussing over there with Kaya and them. I had to cuss out Michelle from the A and I cussed her ass out. Yeah, I wore her ass out. So then that's how I ran across Nia. Me and Nia ran across each other. And then when she saw me as we saw each other in Larry's chat, and I was like, "Girl, that's you?" Like, yeah. And then that's how that started, right? Give you a little background. But yeah, Miss I already cussed Kai ass out. Oh gosh. Oh, you know how she always was talking about her career. I told her one time, like, bitch, they ain't even do no motherfucking unsung on your motherfucking ass. You know when a motherfucker don't do an unsung on your ass, you know you ain't about shit. Motherfucker ain't you and they ain't even got that going on your motherfucking ass. You up here fucking with people talking about Yo, you better than Nikki, Cardi, and all these goddamn people. You crazy? Shit, you ain't better than you crazy. Oh yeah, I read her ass, honey. Woo, they was them fans was hot with me. I don't give a shit. Hell. Oh yeah, I ain't got them all, baby. I done got them all, baby. What? Yes. What? Mm-hmm. I done got them all, girl. I don't play. Yeah, y'all spoiled. The Coco Sheep, they spoiled, honey. They spoiled. These people. Where the hell y'all been? Okay. I'm getting all these good questions and stuff. All this stuff people sending to me and whatever. I'm like, where the fuck y'all been? Dallas dude coming from, I don't know who he is. I'm like, what is you from the other live and shit? The other channel? Who the hell is you? I know one person is, but I ain't know this dude. I'm like, what the hell is going on? I mean, so I appreciate it. Keep it going because it keeps me my wheels turning, and now we doing it. Now think about it. We doing it for all cases, all sides, and the damn judges. Shit, hell, the fuck. Right, so, but I sure do appreciate it. Also, listen, yesterday I was, you know, how they have them little commercials that be running, and they were saying like if you can balance on one leg, I think for 20 seconds or something like that. I don't know how long it was, but they said you were guaranteed you supposed to live for another 20 years and shit. So my stupid ass was up here balancing and shit on each leg. It was one time it was getting a little rocky. I was like, oh shit, it will it be in 5 years? Will it be in 10 years? Shit. But now I was able to get bounce on each leg because it's different when you're doing a karate kick. That's a fast, quick kick. If whether it's a sweep, a knee thrust, or whatever, that's fast, right? So you're not really hanging it up there. You ain't really trying to do no Bruce Lee ass shit and Bruce Leroy shit, trying to hold your leg, extend your leg up there for a motherfucking long time. Now you ain't trying to do all that. You trying to do motherfucking old people karate. Hell, you just trying to get out there and chop them one time in the fucking neck and shit, and you don't have to, expend too much energy and shit in that bullshit. That's all you trying to do. You trying to do old people shit. You ain't trying to go out there and mix it up with the motherfucking people. Okay? You ain't trying to do all that. All right? You ain't trying to get into no competitions and shit. You just trying to hold them motherfucker off. Okay? So that's they said. If you can balance on one leg or whatever, you got 20 more years, in you. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good shit. So listen, if you fellas, please, 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 there are the reason why you guys have so many issues that y'all don't ever know about till it's too late or whatever, because you don't go and check. You don't go to the doctor. If you out there doing stuff that fucks with your kidneys, your livers, your spleen, your bladder, your colon, or whatever, and even if you don't, you need to go and have that shit checked. Also, men get breast cancer too. Make sure you have that stuff checked. Know this. Know if your ass is just coughing for an extended period of time, especially over 7 days, go to the doctor, because coughing could be a sign of cancer. And I'm not just talking about lung cancer. I'm talking about cancer. And also, if you cough for a prolonged period of time, you can cough yourself into pneumonia. All right. Now I wouldn't be telling you that I ain't know. I ain't went through. I'm trying to tell you. I ain't had no cancer. But when I had that long ass coughing and found out it was sarcoidosis and my ass was around here paper thin, and then I had to get on the damn steroids to be big and shit and fucking and all that and crazy looking, and yeah, all right. And I kept track of the whole goddamn journey because I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. So, but make sure y'all, especially fellas, make sure you go and have that shit checked out. Get your blood work. There's a lot of stuff that can be revealed and with blood work and when you go to those doctors, be honest with them about what you're experiencing because they can look it up and see what could be possibly going on. Yes, please go check yourself out. Hey, Sarah Miguel. Hey, Karen J. What's good with it? What's good with it? Yes. So today, right? Let's get to these topics. Today. Oh, before I get to that. So listen, I know we do a whole bunch of arguing and bickering and fighting and cussing and slandering and all kinds of shit. But again, talking about people's kids, that is a solo to me. That is, I mean, come on, come on. You don't talk about nobody's kids, especially they don't have shit to do with this. That's just something you don't do. That's just taking it too far, I believe. And and I'm not the type of person that is willing to be dedicated to beefing for life. That will run up my motherfucking blood pressure. I'm a hands-on type person. Fuck that. I'm a hands-on type of person. No, no, I'm a hands-on type of person. What's good with it, purple purple? What's good with it, JoJo? Hey, shouting. Get a few more of y'all while I'm looking up at the screen. But anyway, so I'm not dedicated to that. That ended up run my pressure. I could tell the real ones that's about that shit on and off line because they have an exchange back and forth with you for a little while, and after that, all they want to do is run cross you. It ain't no lifetime of beefing. Fuck that. Only thing we want to do is run cross your ass. That's what I'm talking about. You either run cross it out, it's either gonna be on or off. There ain't no sense of going back and forth, getting mad, your hair turning grayer, your pressure up, and shit like that because you trying to you looking at that motherfucking screen and shit. If you suffer from anger issues, all you thinking about, if I put my fist through this screen and shit, will I catch them? No. You're going to the hospital. So no, it's not that serious. It's really not. I mean, what the fuck? A lot of these motherfucking beefs and shit came about on lies and shit like that. I don't get it. And you know what? And it's almost um a compliment to me because if you got to lie on me or if you got to slander me, then I already know I already won. Look what you got to do, and then all I have to do is prove that. Guess what? You are fucking lying. Now you look stupid. Now nobody's gonna believe shit you say, even when you tell them the truth. It looks stupid. So you got to, make up some shit and come up with some shit. I don't do that. You don't get me in court for slander. I know the law. Fuck that. And if you, because you have to make up shit on people because the truth only makes them look better and it makes you look worse. So, and I get it. I get it. But this is these some sad motherfuckers around here. Yeah. And for the reference, right? I only call people dumb when they act dumb. Majority of the people around here aren't dumb. It's just the motherfuckers that act dumb calling you dumb. It's just like everybody's not a bitch. But if motherfuckers around here act like a bitch, calling you a bitch. So punk ass nigga, bitch ass nigga, all of that. That's all. That don't go for everybody. But I'm not going to ever go down the list say, okay, the following people are bitch ass niggas. Let's go. I don't have that type of time. It ain't that serious. I'm not dedicated like that to bullshit. I would never be dedicated to bullshit and fun and games and shits and get. I'm not dedicated to that bullshit like that. I'll cuss you the fuck out and move the fuck on. Don't bother me. I won't bother you. That's it. But a lot of these people, they take it too far. It got to go too long. I don't know what the fuck is up with that shit. But that ain't how. I'm not into that. So that's just my take on it. So anyway, so now let's get to this goddamn the judges drop. And where the fuck is everybody? You know what? We have the worst co-workers around this motherfucker. Everybody is they don't when the judge come out there with something, they don't want nothing to do with that. I don't see how this works. Now see if I was petty, and I'm only being petty with certain people. I was petty. I would say every time you quote me or try to change it, acting like you ain't quoting me, I'm gonna call your ass out because you ain't doing your own work. Because everybody else want credit. Everybody else want to be, source for their motherfucking work. Why not me? I'm always got to be the bigger person. I'm always got to do this. I don't want to do that. If it's a full moon, I want to show my ass. That's what I want to do. Shit. Now if people come out, I discovered, you ain't discovered shit. Do your own work. Hell, I don't give a shit. And depending if you get it wrong, I might come out there and fucking correct your ass. I'm being petty on top of petty. Hey, just like I reserve the right to be corrected too. Shit, I don't give a fuck. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Actually, you're supposed to be doing that in order to keep the information sanitary and correct, and everybody be moving with the same information, the correct information. When you got motherfuckers out here all willy nilly, just saying shit, that defeats the purpose. So I don't know how we're gonna correct that. I mean, I think I'm okay with everybody coming to a meeting to some type of something, and the people that be out here giving information need to talk about that because I don't like confusing people. I don't give a fuck if we like each other or not. I don't like confusing people, and then somebody got to ask me the question, and I'm like, oh, then that forces me to say, well, this ain't the right. I'm gonna take what's right. I mean, I don't like doing that. I ain't nobody's mama. I ain't y'all teacher. I mean, shit. Get the shit together. Get it together. It's all over the place. I'm trying to tell you. I am trying to tell you. It is all over the place. So anyway, um, let me pull up this judge drop. And shout out to Judge Donnelly. I'm trying to tell you, girl, you need to call your goddamn friend over there, Judge Ninewell, because he is killing me with them motherfucking oral orders. He is killing me. He don't do nothing like I want him to do. Y'all know I'm the only child and I'm a Virgo. The fuck? Shit. So let me see. Okay. So the judge and I posted this on the thing, right? And I explained to you what I thought it was. But here's what the judge says. The judge says the court has received the defendant's supplemental sentencing memorandum and exhibits ECF numbers 306, 306, 1 to 4, and the government's letter in response, ECF number 308. The defense filed the entirety of its submission under seal without any accompanying explanation of why sealing is necessary. The government also filed its response under seal, but explained that it does not believe any of the information is confidential and that if filed its submission under seal because the defendant did so. All right. So that's pretty self-explanatory. The government said, hey, they filed their shit up on the seal because the defense filed their shit up on the seal. So they're just being, I don't want to say petty, but just follow the leader. You know, monkey see, monkey do. They said they ain't had no real reason to why their shit should be sealed. Only did they seal theirs because the defense sealed their shit, the second part of it, right? So it says, so Judge Ann, she wants an answer, but she kind of gives the answer and direction in her second part. She's slicker than a motherfucker. Crooked ass lawyer turned judge, right? Listen, she says documents may be sealed if specific on the record findings are made demonstrating that closure is essential to preserve higher values and is narrowly tailored to serve that interest. Case law. By 5 p.m. on June 26, the defendant and the government are directed to file letters not to exceed 3 pages addressing whether the defendant's supplemental submission 306 should be sealed in whole or in part. To the extent that the defendant seeks to file 306 under seal or with redactions, the defendant must explain why doing so is necessary, cite relevant authority, and must provide the court and the government with proposed redactions, if any. So by Sunday, all right. So now by Sunday, looks like my black ass would be back on. I don't like no weekend work, but it seems like my black ass would be on here. So, let me see. Okay, so that's pretty much self-explanatory. Now, the reason, hopefully, this is what it is, right? Remember, up a little, a few weeks ago, remember J-Bo was saying that the information that's, she was trying to get the sentencing delayed, pushed back, because she was saying that the information that could come through this the sentencing materials could be prejudicial to her client down the road, right, with the appeals, with his rights and all of that. And then the prosecutor kind of countered that, and then they at one point said they would be okay with the judge. They'll try to guarantee that none of that information that gets submitted here will filter through and potentially harm R. Kelly down the line with his other legal issues. And they said that they'll be okay with the judge putting that order in, right, which would top just something coming in sealed under ECF, because you still have access to, certain people will still have access to that information, right? Now, I wonder Okay. Now I'm thinking maybe that's why J-Bo put the stuff under seal, but she just didn't follow the requirements because you're supposed to have a letter explaining why it's under seal or whatever. I guess maybe J-Bo saying, well, I've already handled that in those other when I put it on the case notes on the board, like on J-Bo at 285 and J-Bo at 297. That's the documents and paste. Maybe she's thinking, since I've already explained it in those documents, that's why she didn't attach a letter, right? Which is not proper form. But maybe that's why why she didn't attach a letter and she just put it in under seal, right? Or J-Bo could have forgotten and forgot that she made this request, and the request was maybe not gonna call it a lie, but it wasn't factual, right? And now, since the part of the sentencing submission, that would have some sensitive information in it, since the judge has read it, she don't see where it should have been, maybe see where it should have been sealed, right? So maybe J-Bo was bluffing earlier when she was saying, well, by filing, when she was just trying, remember, she was trying to get the date pushed back, the sentencing date pushed off. And maybe she was bluffing. And maybe what came through really shouldn't be sealed. There's nothing all of that. So we're gonna look and see what's the disposition on that, and it seems like we'll find that out Sunday. I could be totally wrong on both issues, but either she forgot what she said in those earlier requests, or she's thinking the earlier request, she already told y'all that it's gonna be some stuff in there that she didn't want to get out. She just didn't, file a letter to explain to you that this is why she is, filing it under seal now. But we'll see. That'll be interesting, right? But we do I put it out on the board. I gave, if y'all want to read the actual documents, I gave y'all what is the number is under Pacer. But I did, the body of it, that I think that you guys would be able to follow to get the understanding as to what she said back then. All right. So you never know about J-Bo. Well, I just thought about that. Maybe she forgot, that she made that request. So that'll be funny as hell. That'll be funny as hell to see. Well, which one was, or was it something else in its entirety? Because let me look real quick. Did the judge say? I know I just read. I'm old. Let me see. Did the judge say she forgot? She didn't see nothing. Why she be sealed? Or let me see the government's response. Oh, okay. See, the government says that okay, the government also filed its response under seal, but explained that it does not believe any of the information is confidential, and that it filed a submission under seal because the defendant did so. Okay, so so she's asking the government too, as well, to submit a letter to say whether or not the defendant's supplemental submission should be sealed. So there she's asking the government to weigh in as well. They real slick how they doing this. Oh man. Boy, R. Kelly, baby, and honey, the powers that be. Woo. And so, like I say, if if she doesn't find that any of this stuff that should be sealed, she probably will make an order that they unseal it, you know. But hmm, mm, that's gonna be something to keep your eye on. Y'all got to ask and encourage the other YouTubers that be coming out here slinging out information to do the judge's part too. Okay? Because I'd be interested in hearing their take on it as well. Okay? I'd be interested in hearing. Shit. Yeah, and I like to go last too. Wait a minute. And 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 then when the judge shit come out, I be like, man, damn. It been out. Ain't nobody came out here and said shit. The fuck? Your ass out here. Y'all so goddamn lazy. Do your job. So I want to hear their predictions on it and what they think it's about too. I want to hear, you know. So that'll be interesting. It'll be funny as hell. J-Bo just forgot shit. She was like, she was just putting something in there to get an extension. Hell, I forgot hell. Ain't shit in the hell should be on the seal. And then you see how Judge Ann kind of boxed in, or you can file it with redactions. Meaning there would be no need to seal if you're going to, redact the sensitive information, the stuff that it should be up under cover. Yeah, bartender, man, they ain't playing with your ass. Uh-uh. They boxing your ass in with that bullshit. They sick of J-Bo ass. Sick of her. So that's crazy. That is crazy. Yes, please like us up over here. At least like the if you don't like me, like the chatter. Like the fact that your ass is out here looking in the goddamn window and your ass is able to do so. Shit. Because we finna get on to this Donnell Russell. And one of my faves, my personal faves. And here's the reason why. Because I know that she got some southern home fucking raising and shit. I like her outfits. I like a good outfit. Okay. And it seemed like she would be one of the people that would call me and be like, because I don't know why the kids my child's age, they used to love to hang out with me. Call Miss Andrew. What you doing? You want to hang out? Like, oh my gosh. So listen, that's funny. Well, it look like old Sylvia over there. Is it her and I always on one that will attack the judge and shit? I don't know what the fuck is going on. So let me get on this Danielle Bressel. And because there is some movement over there in his case, right? Remember, he has something in um he has something in New York. He has both things in New York, right? But it's under two different districts. So, and we had a little movement. Okay. I'm going to have to read and the indictments on his case is short. So I'm going to read the indictments, right? And then I'm going to go in to the areas of faith testimony because it kind of it's kind of touches her testimony and all of that, right? And then, you know, And I didn't, y'all know, honey, I didn't do too much transcript reading. Matter of fact, only time I read a transcript was when it was in support of what I was doing. Shouts out to all the people that read them goddamn transcript. It's a whole bunch of pages. Shouts out to them. Fuck that. So let me see. Put this on full screen so y'all can see what I see. In just case anybody wanna screenshot it for the free. All right. So this is the Eastern District of New York. Y'all know this is with Judge Donnelly, right? And you got to kind of do all the people that's involved in this, right? Just to get a complete sense of the case. You don't want to you can't talk about the case and just have a little piece of it. Don't know what the other part is doing. Don't know what the other co-defendants are doing. What a lone actor is doing. Whatever. It's all centered around the same situation in the same time span. So now this is what he was charged with. I've never read this out. So it says internet stalking on or about between November 2018 and February 2020, both dates being approximate and exclusive within the Eastern District of New York and elsewhere. The defendant, Donnell Russell, also known as Don Russell and Cologne Don, together with others, did knowingly and intentionally use the mail and interactive computer service, electronic communication service, and electronic communication system of interstate commerce and a facility of interstate commerce to engage in a course of conduct that caused, attempted to cause, and would reasonably be expected to cause substantial emotional distress to Jane Doe, an individual whose identity is known to the grand jury, and an immediate family member of Jane Doe with the intent to harass and intimidate Jane Doe and the immediate family member of Jane Doe. All right, that's that. I have what is this? Oh, hold on. Okay. Okay. So now here's his other indictment, right? And this is out of the Southern District of New York, right? And so count one, he has conspiracy to threaten physical harm by interstate communication on and about December 4, 2018 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. Donnell Russell, the defendant, and others, known and unknown, willfully and knowingly did combine, conspire, confederate, and agree together and with each other to commit the offense against the United States, to wit, threatening physical harm by interstate communication in violation of the Title 18 USC Section 875C. Number two, it was a part and an object of the conspiracy that Donnell Russell, the defendant, and others, known and unknown, placed an interstate telephone call to threaten physical harm to those attending a December 4, 2018 screening of Surviving R. Kelly at a venue in New York. New York called the Newhouse Madison Square, Newhouse, in violation of Title 18 USC Section 875C. The overt acts. Number three, in furtherance of the conspiracy and to effect the illegal ob- object thereof. The following overt acts, among others, were committed in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. A. On about December 4, 2018, Russell placed an interstate telephone call to Newhouse threatening physical harm to those at the theater and attending the December 4, 2018 screening of Surviving R. Kelly. B. On or about December 4, 2018, Russell attempted to block his phone number and place a phone call from his cell phone to a New York City Police Department (NYPD) precinct located in New York, and in the vicinity of the theater set to screen Surviving R. Kelly. Count 2, threatening physical harm by interstate communication. 4, on about December 4, 2018, in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Donnell Russell, the defendant, unlawfully, knowingly, and intentionally did transmit in interstate and foreign commerce a communication containing a threat to injure the person of another, to wit, Russell placed an interstate telephone call to Newhouse in New York, threatening physical harm to those attending the December 4, 2018 screening of Surviving R. Kelly at Newhouse and aided and abetted the same. The basis for my knowledge and the foregoing charges are in part as following. Number 5, I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. During my tenure as special agent with the FBI, I have conducted and participated in numerous investigations of criminal activity, including but not limited to threats in violation of Title 18 U.S.C. Sections 875 and 2. Okay, and all of this is pretty much background information. And that is the actual indictment. So I just read the parts of the indictment that this is pretty much what I just read off the complaint, right? So now in New York, right? In New York, let me take this down real quick. There is a discovery that's I think it's a request and that's going on in his case, right? Okay. So this is in his case in Judge Ann's office, right? So discovery exhibit. It says enclosed, please find additional discovery in the above captioned case in accordance with Rule 16 of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, right? So 49, it says screenshots of text messages between the defendant and another individual identified in the file name dated December 3rd, 2018 through December 5th, 2018. I wonder who that is. The other person. And then 50, screenshot of Facebook message from Cologne Don to an individual identified in the file name. Yeah, well, maybe I should have looked that up. Okay, so it's December the 3rd. Individual. Maybe it's in that paperwork. Let me see if I can find it real quick in that paperwork. December the 3rd. Okay, that's December 4th. If anybody knew who it was, somebody please text me and let me know. I know somebody listening. Hell, please text me and let me know who that other person. The hell? Because we ain't mind our own business. Well, let me see if I can find it in here. Let me see. Read. Huh. Okay. The recruiting. So let me put this up here. Before I get into the part where we read about the Jane Doe that we're covering today, and that would be faith. So, this is in the Eastern District with Judge Ann Donnelly, and that was the recent discovery. Okay, so they got some type of screenshots with some other individual and the defendant. Don't know who it is. So, well, let's read with regards to faith. With regards to this, it says criminal activity related to Jane Doe by Kelly. It says Jane Doe has advised the following in some substance and in part. In or about March 2017, Jane Doe met Kelly following Kelly concert in Texas, where Jane Doe was 19 years old. Specifically, Jane Doe met Kelly after she obtained a wristband that permitted her to go to an after party following an R. Kelly concert in San Antonio, Texas. When she met Kelly at the after party, Kelly gave her his telephone number, and she eventually sent the number a text message, and they started to regularly communicate by telephone, including by text message and telephone calls, including FaceTime calls. B. At Kelly's request, Jane Doe contacted employee number one to arrange travel from Texas, where she lived, to New York, where R. Kelly was scheduled to perform a concert. Employee one thereafter arranged Jane Doe's travel to advise her that the airline ticket and hotel would be directly paid for, and certain miscellaneous expenses associated with the travel that she incurred would be reimbursed. Jane Doe then traveled from Texas to New York and took a car service to the hotel designated by employee one in Long Island, New York. C. When Jane Doe arrived at the hotel, employee one instructed her to be ready at a particular time. At or near the time employee number one had told her, Jane Doe was transported to the concert venue for an R. Kelly concert. Following the concert, she returned to the hotel. D. At approximately 6 a.m., Kelly unexpectedly arrived at Jane Doe's room and loudly announced his presence. With him was a backpack, which appeared to contain at least one iPad. Jane Doe allowed Kelly to enter her hotel room, and Kelly eventually engaged in sexual intercourse with Jane Doe in the hotel room. Kelly did not wear a condom. Prior to this encounter, Kelly did not mention to Jane Doe that he had contracted herpes, a sexually transmitted disease. E. During the encounter into the hotel room in Long Island, Kelly told Jane Doe in sum and substance that if she was really 15 or 16 years old, she could tell Kelly. Jane Doe told Kelly she was 19 and offered to show him her driver's license. Following the trip to Long Island, Jane Doe continued to communicate with Kelly by phone and text messages. F. Jane Doe next traveled to Chicago, Illinois to see Kelly in June 2017. As with her trip to Long Island, employee one booked her travel and instructed her when she should be ready. Jane Doe stayed at the Homewood Suites and was later brought to a recording studio to see Kelly. During that visit to the studio, Kelly put out his penis and directed Jane Doe's head to his penis such that she could perform oral sex on him. Following the trip to Chicago, Jane Doe continued to communicate with Kelly. G. Jane Doe next traveled to see Kelly in December 2017 in Dallas, Texas, where he had a concert and Kelly again had sex with her. While together in Dallas, Kelly told Jane Doe in substance he was residing with multiple women, including some who had been living with him since they were 15 years old, and that he liked Jane Doe because she reminded him of those women. Kelly next arranged for Jane Doe to travel to Los Angeles to see him in January 2018. During this trip, Jane Doe went to a recording studio in Los Angeles to see Kelly. Once at the studio, Jane Doe waited for many hours without food or water for Kelly to arrive. Kelly stayed for a short period of time and did not show up again until the following day. Kelly told her that when he did come, Jane Doe was to be ready for him, and that when she told her to give him oral sex, she needed to jump up and act super happy. When he arrived that following day, Kelly had a backpack with him. He took Jane Doe into a smaller area room. Within the room, she had been waiting for him and instructed Jane Doe to take off her clothing. Jane Doe noticed a gun, which Kelly moved to a small table nearby. Kelly then proceeded to ask Jane Doe a series of questions, warning her that there would be consequences if she lied. Jane Doe believed that she was not free to leave the room. Thereafter, Jane Doe gave Kelly oral sex while in the room. 8. Jane Doe traveled a final time to meet Kelly in February 2018 in connection with Kelly's trip to New York City for the 2018 Grammys Award. She recalls staying in Kelly's room at a hotel with a name that sounded like the Mandarin. The day she the day after she arrived, Kelly entered the hotel room approximately 10 or 11 in the morning, and when he walked inside, he immediately propped an iPad, opened all the curtains, and said, "You need to get used to my schedule." Kelly then put Jane Doe in front of the iPad camera and told her to touch herself. When she declined to do that, he stopped recording. Kelly thereafter engaged in sexual contact with Jane Doe. Prior to this encounter, Kelly did not tell Jane Doe that he had contracted herpes. I. Jane Doe thereafter learned that she had contracted herpes from Kelly and subsequently filed a lawsuit against Kelly. J. At one point during Jane Doe's relationship with Kelly, Kelly asked her to provide him with a list of things that she did not want the world to know about and volunteered to help her craft that list. Jane Doe did not actually provide Kelly with such a list. Kelly also asked her to sign some documents, but she never did. 17. Jane Doe has provided the government with copies of various communications she engaged in with both Kelly and Employee One using an iPhone. The communications with Kelly include a screenshot of a FaceTime video chat between Kelly and Jane Doe, as well as various text messages exchanges using the Apple iMessage feature, which during Jane Doe refers to Kelly as Daddy, and where the two sent photographs of themselves to each other. Okay, so probable cause. 18, as noted above, on about May 21st, 2018, an attorney for Jane Doe at the time with the law office in Brooklyn, New York, the civil attorney filed a lawsuit on Jane Doe's behalf against Kelly in New York County Supreme Court. The lawsuit alleged multiple causes of action against Kelly related to Kelly's sexual interactions with Jane Doe, including inter alia, sexual battery, civil battery, negligence, and gross negligence, intentional infliction and emotional distress, fraud, concealment, and false imprisonment. The lawsuit sought general and special damages, compensatory damages, punitive and exemplary damages in amounts to be determined at trial, as well as costs and reasonable attorney fees from Kelly. The lawsuit included civil attorney's office address in Brooklyn, New York. The civil attorney has survived in substance and in part that in or about the fall of 2018, civil attorney's receptionist received an envelope via United States Post Office certified mail at the civil attorney's law office in Brooklyn, New York, which the receptionist subsequently provided to the civil attorney. The envelope. The civil attorney has provided the USPS tracking number for the envelope, the tracking number, as well as the envelope and its contents to the government. Number 20, according to the records from USPS related to the tracking number, USPS came into possession of the envelope at the location in Chicago, Illinois, with a zip code of 60601-3218 on November 20th, 2018, approximately 3:24 p.m. And the envelope was subsequently delivered to the address of the civil attorney's law office at the time in Brooklyn, New York, on November 26, 2018, approximately 1:18 p.m. by being left with and individual who signed for the envelope. USPS records also include a copy of the signature of the individual who signed for and received the envelope. The signature. USPS records related to the tracking number also provide a tracking number for a certified mail return receipt associated with the envelope. The return receipt. USPS records related to the return receipt tracking number indicate the destination's address for the return receipt was 219 North Justine Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60607-1403. The address of a warehouse rented as used as inter alia, a recording studio by Kelly at the time. Is that the warehouse? Oh, damn. Let me see how much more. Ooh. Okay. Well, I got to read this because this is getting to the heart of where I need to go. All right, 21. Law enforcement agents interviewed an individual who, among other things, was responsible for handling incoming mail at the Brooklyn building in which the civil attorney's office was located in November 2018. This individual was shown a copy of the signature from USPS records and confirmed that the signature belonged to him or her. Number 22. I have received the contents of the envelope, which contained the following items. One, a one-page letter dated October 22nd, 2018, addressed to the civil attorney and her law office in Brooklyn, New York, signed with a handwritten signature over the name Robert Sylvester Kelly, the October 22nd, 2018 letter. Number two, a one-page document entitled Testimony, which purports to set forth an under oath statement from Robert Sylvester Kelly with a handwritten signature on the bottom and dated October 20, 2018. Number three, a one-page notice of delivery. The notice of delivery, which a version of the case caption for the lawsuit addressed to civil attorney's law office signed by June Barrett, care of an address in Chicago, Illinois, and a listed Yahoo email address. Number four, a copy of what appears to be a cover page for the lawsuit, a summons in the lawsuit addressed to Kelly, and the first page of the verified complaint and demand for a jury trial for the lawsuit with the following stamp affixed to each document. I do not accept this offer to contract, and I do not consent to these proceedings, with Kelly's reported handwritten signature and a state of Illinois notary stamp and a signature for June 8 Barrett, dated October 29, 2018. Number five, and two one-page documents containing photographs and text related to Jane Doe, further described below, hereinafter attachment 1 and attachment 2. Number 23, among other things, the October 22nd, 2018 letter addressed to the civil attorney states, please advise Ms. Jane Doe, your client, to abandon this heartless effort to try to destroy my musical legacy for selfish personal enrichment. If she persists in court action, she will be subjected to public opinion during the discovery process. For example, my law team is prepared to request the production of the medical test results proving the origin of her STD claim, as well as 10 personal male witnesses testifying under oath about her sex life in support of her claim, and complete records of her text-based time message exchanges, which will be reviewed to match and be authenticated by recipient. Y'all know something in my head. When I start bumbling and wumbling, something in my head, I'm trying to hurry up and read so I can get it out to you. Receipt to ensure there are no omissions or deletions. If Miss Jane Doe really cares about her own reputation, she should cease her participation and association with the organizers of this negative campaign. Counteractions are in the developmental stage and due to be released soon. Okay, all right. Now, is this where people are getting that foolishness about the girl had herpes in 2013 and all this bullshit? Huh? Is this where this is coming from? Because we went through the transcript, we ain't see nothing about nobody saying that she said that she got told the law enforcement in Texas that she had herpes, wait, years and years before she ran into R. Kelly, right? And here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Where if that was just some bullshit, and I hate when ignorance is regurgitated, right? Because it spreads like wildfire. But I hate it, but I love it because that's when I get to come back with the facts and try to find out where you get that from. And if you can't tell me, then you're gonna look like a fool. Especially if I don't like you. I'm make you like a fool. I'm put fool by your motherfucking name to come to me with that bullshit. Okay? Because here's the thing, right? It didn't even matter if she got the herpes in 2013 when should have been about 2, because that wasn't a crime. So all of that was for for nothing, because that wasn't the crime. Who gave who the herpes? That wasn't a crime. So when you be out here regurgitating and pushing bullshit, make sure the bullshit you pushing is relevant and reliable and relatable. If not, you're going to look stupid because it has nothing to do with the crimes. If y'all don't know by now, I hate misinformation. Ooh. I can't stand that shit. Boy, oh, gosh. Listen, before even getting into this type of area studies and shit, I've always been an information fact-based bitch. I need you to have it right. And I always have jobs where whoever's giving it to me got to be right. I done cussed out a many of friends and a many of people for coming to give me some wrong information until I had to understand how certain people work, right? It's not that some people just go with whatever they hear. But they had to learn me. Like my friends, they had to learn me. They had to learn either check that information out first before you give it to me, or tell me you ain't checked it out. Because I'm going to have a problem with it. That's a pet peeve. I know I got a lot of them, but that's one of them. Wrong information. I goes in. Cuss your ass out. Shit. I have too much shit to do. And I can't be running around here on no bullshit wrong information. I can't do all that. So anyway. So number 24. Attached is entitled here. Jane Doe, your client, which title is followed by 3 photographs of Jane Doe's face, 2 of which appears to have been taken from TV interviews of Jane Doe. The following text appears below the 3 photographs of Jane Doe. Here is a sample of the real Jane Doe. Remember, she lives in Texas. Oh, so her claim of being intimidated falls flat because these pics were sent via text. 4 photographs appear below the aforementioned text. Number 1, a photograph of Jane Doe and a man who appears to be Kelly. Number 2, a close-up photograph of Jane Doe's face and the top portion of her exposed breast, including a partial portion of her nipple area. Number 3, a photograph of Jane Doe kneeling on a bed, which includes a partial portion of her exposed buttocks. And number 4, a photograph of a text message exchange on what appears to be an iPhone, where an iPhone owner states, in a meeting, send me the picture, baby. And Jane Doe responds with a clothed photographs. Oh, wait a minute. Photograph of herself, followed by an iMessage stating, is this better, Daddy? The following text appears below these 4 photographs. I assure you this would not be considered a Sunday go-to-meeting dress. The next 2 pictures have been cropped for the sake of not exposing her extremities to the world yet. I'm a singer, not a doctor. So, how does Miss Jane justify her transmission of these kinds of pictures? Based on my review of attachment one, I ain't never read this before, y'all. I believe the reference to the next two pictures is a reference to the close up photograph of Jane Doe's face and the top portion of her exposed breast, including a partial portion of her nipple area, and photograph of Jane Doe kneeling on the bed, which includes a partial portion of her exposed buttocks described above that appears on top of this text. Number 25, attachment 2 consists of 3 photographs of text messages exchanges on what appears to be an iPhone with the following text above the photograph. Miss Jane Doe usage of daddy is what is was her choice. It's very interesting how the difference in age only becomes a factor when things didn't go as she planned. The next message exchanges include text to the owner of the iPhone where the owner is called daddy and a text message where an address is disclosed. 26. Based on training, experience, and knowledge of this investigation, there's a proper cause to believe that when the author wrote, the next two pictures have been cropped for the sake of not exposing her extremities to the world yet. The author intended to communicate to Jane Doe that if she did not withdraw this civil lawsuit from the lawsuit she filed against Kelly, intimate and potentially embarrassing photographs of Jane Doe would be publicly released. Wow, they don't know the law. Number 27. God damn, you can't do none of this. Jane Doe did not withdraw her lawsuit against Kelly. 28. On January 6, 2020, the Honorable Louis Bloom issued a search warrant for an email account subscribed to and used by Russell, the Russell Gmail account. On December 2nd, 2018, Russell, using the Russell Gmail account, sent an email to the individual whose identity is known to the affiant, the individual, with the text, check this out. Kindest regards, Don Russell, and attaching a PDF document entitled Jane. The second page of the Jane Doe PDF contains the verbatim text described above from attachment 1. Here's a sample of the real Jane Doe's name. Remember, she lives in Texas, so her claim of being intimidated falls flat because these pics were sent via text. The verbatim text is followed by the same 4 photographs that followed this text in attachment 1, including the photographs of Jane Doe's partially exposed breasts and buttocks. Okay. All right. This is what I just read. Number 29 says the same as above. Okay, so number 30. Let's go number 30. It says on December 4th, 2018, Russell, using the Russell Gmail account, sent an email to the individual stating, here's what just went out, which forwarded an email dated December 4, 2018 that was sent by Cologne Don using the email address colognedon@yahoo.com with the subject line, the survivors exposed, and sent to various individuals employed by A&E Networks, which owns Lifetime Entertainment Services. Lifetime provided documentary services featuring various of Kelly's accusers entitled Surviving R. Kelly, which aired on the Lifetime TV network in early January 2019. As discussed further below, on the evening of December 4th, 2018, Lifetime was to hold a private screening of a portion of the documentary at a theater in Manhattan. However, the screening was interrupted by a gun threat that was communicated by phone to the theater. The forward email from Cologne Don attached a PDF entitled The Survivors PDF, and stated, I've been asked to forward you a sample from the content, which the package we are forwarding to various parties of interest later today. The complete presentation will be accompanied by a cease and desist demand and the legal document that will be filed in federal court on Friday morning, December 7th, after your itinerary is completed. The list of recipients will include the President CEO of Lifetime, Betty Cohen, President CEO of A&E, Paul Bucieri, CEO of Disney Company, Robert A. Iger, A&E Legal Department, and the Board of Directors for A&E Network, as well as top executives for select media outlets. By the way, Mr. Kelly has spoken to the FBI as well. Thank you. Sincerely, Cologne Don, lead investigator. What kind of shit is this sound? Wait a minute, let me see how much more. Wait a minute, we might not get to the text, the goddamn testimony. Shit. Okay, number 31. The survivors PDF include photographs and purported information related to various of Kelly's accusers who appeared in the Surviving R. Kelly documentary series, including Jane Doe. The survivors PDF also contains the same photograph contained within attachment 1 and attachment 2, as well as Jane Doe's PDF described above, including photographs of Jane Doe's partially exposed breasts and buttocks. 32. On December 4th, 2018, the Russell Gmail account received an email sent by Yahoo that consisted of notification and a sign on onto the Cologne Don email account on that date. Another email was sent by Yahoo to the Russell Gmail account dated December 4th, 2018, provided notification of a password change for the Cologne Don email account. Listen, it is so easy for them to know when there's a password change. This, I don't know who came up with this plan. You see how they breaking this down? This right here, this little part right here, this took no work at all to discover everything, the details that I'm going to read, right? All right. This is I'm not going to give you the name is actually called internally, but this is we're going to call it, for right now, we're going to call it a history, an email history, right? We're going to call it that. This is fun. This, I've never read this, so this should be interesting to me. It says, okay, it says a third email sent by Yahoo to the Russell Gmail account on December 4, 2018 indicates that the user of the Cologne Don email account removed the Russell Gmail account as an alternate email address for the Cologne Don email history. Email account, like I said, it's a history. They knew when he removed shit off his email, whatever. Yeah, they in his shit. Oh shit, this is crazy. All right. It says subscriber information for the Cologne Don email account indicates that as of January 2020, the alternate email address for the account is indiebill2013@gmail. So you know how you put in a alternate email. Sometimes, like, you put an alternate email, like if you want to recover this email account that we talking about, or you have an alternate email that you could, like, with the button, it could forward stuff to that alternate email, whatever. They even know in there what he put in there. They in his shit. All right, they are in his shit. Oh wow, this is crazy. Okay, on December 5th, 2018, Russell, using the Russell Gmail account, sent an email to the individual, which appears to contain a draft email addressed to TMZ, a popular gossip website. Among other things, the draft email indicates that Kelly's staff became aware of the private screening of the Lifetime documentary series about a month ago, and we publicly exhausted every legal measure to stop that event and state, and we strongly feel Lifetime was about to pull out once they receive a sample of the results of our investigation. See attached. While no attachment is included in the draft email, given the description of what was provided Lifetime and the date of the draft email, there is probable cause to believe the intended attachment was a survivor's PDF. Wait a minute. Oh, this is getting good, honey. Hold on, y'all. Get my soda. It's right here in the refrigerator. I ain't got to go far. I stocked up. Give me a minute. Take a little swig. I'm sorry, I ain't meant to read all this. But this thing got good. This reminds me of my old job. My old job. Mm-hmm. In a minute, y'all. It's hot as hell. And as I know, I must be goddamn going through menopause or something, because shit. When I say it's hot in here, I'm up under the cover. Mm-mm. Busting open that soda. Well, I'm coming, y'all. Give me a minute. This crazy as hell. Who the hell? And I'm over here, right? Lead them damn souls along. I got a whole bunch of water. I got my alkaline drops. I got it, Lavelle. Lord have mercy. Oh, JoJo Jr. Jesus. You heard that swallow? Hey, ooh, child. Listen, girl. So listen, right? I don't know who the fuck. Why these people think. Oh, let me say this. Cyber crimes are so easy. Most of them are so easy to detect, because people really think that they are operating in just because they are operating in a free space, that that the motherfuckers can't go in and track your ass just like that, find out who the fuck you are, and then put a virtual tail on your ass and find out everything you're doing online. And here's the thing, right? What they'll do, just say they put a tail on you for one thing. And it's a preset conception that if you're breaking one crime online, you're probably doing others. So put a tail on you for one thing, and then watch your ass, and they're gonna find some more shit, and that's gonna beef up that indictment. It's gonna beef it up. And get your motherfucking ass. They hire criminals, white hackers is what they call them, that used to break the law. Now they work for the law to catch motherfuckers that's breaking the law online. I think people that do this type of stuff online with these emails and shit like that, they think they can't get caught. This is crazy. They are telling you right what all it is. When he changed his password, when he moved, when he what address he put in for his alternate email and all that, they telling you right there, we are in your shit. You're not the only one that's viewing what the fuck you're doing. Okay? You're not the only one that's viewing what the fuck you're doing. We see it too. Shit. I'm gonna give y'all all the little secrets. So anyway, it says, so number 34, on December 21st, 2018, Jane Doe and her mother received a series of text messages from telephone number 312-203-3030, which include the text, just a sample. We will see criminal charges. You've been warned, followed by photographs of portions of the survivors' PDF, including the same photograph of Jane Doe within attachment 1 and 2. I wonder how did she know that I wonder, did Jane Doe or her parents or the lawyer, the civil lawyer, notify the government or the law about this portion of it, like this may be a crime, or did, in telling her story about R. Kelly, did she talk about this and this is how they got this? I wonder how this came about. So let's see. Thereafter, in earlier, Jane Doe and her mother received text messages from the phone number stating publishing soon. And this is Kalan. My investigations will be done soon enough. I mean, he kind of sound like one of them motherfuckers from Africa. One of them African scams. On January 3rd, 2019, Jane Doe and her mother received a text message from a telephone number stating, pull the plug or you will be exposed. Records from T-Mobile indicate that number was subscribed to by Indiebill Corp. Is that the same Indiebill Corp that he around here pushing? Hell no. This is crazy. This some nigga shit. At 910 West Van Buren Street, Suite 100 to 352. Now, Van Buren Street in Jacksonville, baby. That's the east side. That's rough out there. All right. Let's see. Okay. From August 3rd to 2018 to January 10th, 2019. According to his LinkedIn profile, see, they done tracked into his LinkedIn profile. Boy, this is getting good. According to his LinkedIn profile, Russell is the founder, president, CEO of Indiebill in Chicago, Illinois, and has been associated with Indiebill since January 2015. Oh, shit. On 35, records received from Facebook indicate that a Facebook page called Surviving Lies was created by Facebook user Cologne Don with the phone number, which the phone number was verified by Facebook on December 3rd, 2018. So when they say they know that it was verified by Facebook, meaning when he signed up for Facebook, he put that number in, Facebook verified that phone number. So they are running a trace through that process he did. So right now they're telling you that they are verifying that his whole Facebook setup, each part of it, each step of it, and they're telling you, probably going to outline. This getting good. Wait a minute, let me cut this fan off. This getting good. Okay, so they tell you at the time and all everything. Oh man, that was at that's 1109 that's 1109 UTC, and registered email address of Cologne Don at yahoo.com on January 7th, 2019 at 2:42 a.m. Lord have mercy. They got his whole Y'all just don't know why I'm laughing, because honey, this shit here is textbook shit. This easy to the motherfucking him. Done, baby. Lord, baby. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. And don't you run a tech company? Oh shit. Let me get to read. Okay. The Surviving Lies Facebook was closed on January 7th, 2019. Oh Lord. At what is that? 8:44 p.m. So media reports indicate that Facebook deactivated the Surviving Lies Facebook page after posts targeting Jane Doe and another of Kelly's accusers were posted on the page. A January 7, 2019 article from Daily Mail includes screenshots from the Surviving Lies Facebook page that was posted on the page before it was taken down. Those screenshots include some of the same photographs of the text message exchanges between Jane Doe and Kelly in attachment number 2, including one where an address is disclosed. And in addition, the Daily Mail article states that cropped images of the same woman were also posted on the Facebook page, allegedly showing Kelly her breast augmentation following surgery. Following Facebook's deactivation of the Surviving Lies Facebook page, Facebook issued a statement indicating that the page violated Facebook community standards and had been removed, adding, "We do not tolerate bullying or sharing others' private contact information and take action on content that violates our policies as soon as we are aware." Records from Facebook and AT&T's indicate that the IP address for the logins into the Cologne Dons Facebook account on January 7, 2019 is unique IP address provision to an AT&T account belonging to Donnell Russell with a billing and service address in Chicago, Illinois with a 606-23 zip code and a preferred email list on the account as the Russell Gmail account. So, the unique address provision to an AT&T account, meaning that he had a route, he had not a router, Lord. A router is the last part of it. He had one of those IP address where you can have it, like just say I'm in just say right now if I'm in Miami, I can have it pointed to say I'm in Georgia. So he did have that. And I don't know why it's not coming to my mind right now, but a VPN. So at number 37, it says, on February 11, 2020, the Honorable Louis Bloom signed a search warrant for Cologne Don email account. All right. On January 6, 2019, the Cologne Don email account received one email from Facebook titled, "Get the most out of your page for Surviving Lives," and an email from Facebook Business, which included the following content: "Welcome to your new Facebook page, Surviving Lives." On January 7, 2019, the Cologne Don email account received an email from Facebook Ads team, which stated in the area, "Your ad is approved and should begin delivering shortly," and referred specifically to a campaign for promoting Surviving Lives. In addition, on January 7, 2019, the Cologne Don email account received a series of notifications from Facebook regarding various Facebook users' comments on posts and photographs on Surviving Lives page. On about January 25th, 2020, Russell appeared in a video interview live stream on YouTube. During the interview, Russell introduced himself as Kelly's advisor, consultant, and friend, and indicated that he had known Kelly for going on 30 years. Lord, stop using 30 years. Thereafter, during the interview, Russell discussed Jane Doe and the lawsuit, holding up copies of items that had been sent to the civil attorney described above, namely: 1, the notice of delivery; 2, summons in the lawsuit of the first page of the verified complaint, and the demand for jury trial for the lawsuit of the stamp. "I do not accept this offer to contract, and I do not consent to these proceedings." 3, attachment 1, attachment 2. While holding up attachment 1 to the camera, Russell stated, "That's my commentary" at the bottom, referring to the text that appears below the 4 photographs on attachment 1. 39, on about January 26, 2020, Russell appeared in another video interview live stream on YouTube. During this interview, Russell held up copies of items that had been sent to the civil attorney described above, namely: 1, copy of the first page of the verified complaint and demand for jury trial for the lawsuit with the following stamp affixed to the document: "I do not accept this offer to contract, and I do not consent to these proceedings," with Kelly's purported handwritten notarized signature and attachment 1 and attachment 2. While holding up the camera the verified complaint with the aforementioned stamp on it, Russell stated Kelly signed it. Thereafter, Russell held up attachment 1 and attachment 2 to the camera and stated, "We sent these documents to the lawyer." Russell further stated, "These are the pictures of her and Jane Doe that we sent. These are the text messages of her we sent." 40, because the public filing of this document could result in risk of flight by the defendant, as well as jeopardize the government's investigation, your deponent respectfully requests that the complaint and arrest warrant be filed under seal. 41, wherefore the opponent respectfully requests the defendant, Don Russell, also known as Don Russell Cologne Don, be dealt with according to law. Oh boy, I wasn't ready for none of that. Oh man, wait a minute. I wasn't ready for none of that. Oh, I wasn't ready. I was not ready. Let me see if I can show y'all an example of what Don got had up in there. What he thought was going on. That's he thought. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can get y'all an example of what I'm talking about. I'll show y'all. Hold on. They got, honey, they all in his shit. Let me see. Let me see if I can get y'all a sample. I'm pretty sure y'all. This is lightweight, but this is probably what he had. So let me see if I. Let me see. Do we have this? Okay. So I'll flash this real quick and see. He probably tried. He probably had this. He probably had this. Okay. This is not going to. The government will break right through this. This ain't shit. Okay. Probably had this. Nah, you got a goddamn tech company. Come on, baby. You gotta do better than that, baby. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. That ain't shit. Oh man. That's funny as hell. That's funny as hell. I don't laugh. Oh, I don't laugh. Wait a minute. 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 Let me see. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me show y'all. And I know y'all. I know this is a baby one, so I know y'all got this one. I ain't gonna show y'all the mega daddy. But I'll just show you this baby shit. This baby shit. This baby shit. Right? Okay, y'all know this. This baby shit. This ain't shit right here. So pretty much you could be all these places. Yeah. So I'm proud. I don't know where I am right now. Oh, oh shit. Oop, let me get this down. Hold on. Get your ass off him. Oh shit. That's funny as hell. But he tried. Oh my gosh, baby, you can't do that. Baby, you can't do that. Let me go to the y'all good? Let's go to the part. Okay, let me see what I should be reading from Faith. Um, oh, right. Okay. Like, what the fuck? What was he thinking about? That's that baby shit. The government ripped through all that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the fuck he was thinking about. Calling Star 67. What the fuck? Yeah. That's that baby shit. Oh man, let me see. Let me see about faith. Where do I want to go? Because I want to get to this part where okay, this is where I want to go. Okay, I want to talk about the evacuation. Hold on. Because we got a little movement in his case. So we got to stay ahead of the game. We got to shit. Okay, let me see. Okay, here we go. And I'm at okay, this is in the transcript, page 2003-10, and I'm going to start at line 11. So let me get this up. There's some crazy shit here. Please don't ever commit another crime, because I'm embarrassed. That baby shit. Are you serious? Ah, is it full screen? Okay. Okay. Now, because I want to read to the parts where it starts talking about Don Russell shit, right? All right. So I'm at line 11. Okay. Now she's in the under direct. All right. Line 11 says, did you end up attending premiere for Surviving R. Kelly? The answer is yes. Did something happen while you were there? Yes. What happened? During about maybe less than 10 minutes into the premiere, we had to evacuate. The producers let us know that there, Mr. Can objection. Court, don't tell us what the producer said, but you had to evacuate. She said, correct. The judge says, next question. Prosecutor said, did you later learn why you had to evacuate? She said, yes. Question, why was that? Cannick, objection. Court sustained. She said there had been, the judge says that means you can't answer. Okay. And she says, I'm sorry. And then the judge says everybody had to leave the judge said everybody had to leave the building though, right? And she says, correct. The judge said, did you get back in? And she said, no. And judge says, next question. So she helped out. Judge Ann helped out. Shit, she ain't got time for this bullshit. She want to get to what the hell happened. This is crazy. So, and the prosecutor said, was that the end of the event that night? And she said, yes. And she said, where did you go after you evacuated from the location of the premiere? She said, back to the Pearl. The hotel? She said, correct. Prosecutor said, I'm showing the witness only what is marked for identification as government exhibit 80. Do you recognize the person in this photograph? She said, correct. Question, who do you recognize it to be? She said, Cash Jones. Have you met Cash Jones in person? Yes. I have moved to admit government's exhibit 80. Mr. Cannick, no objection. Judge, that's an evidence. You can publish. Government exhibit 80 was receiving evidence. Prosecutor, when did you first meet Cash Jones? In January 2019. Did you meet her when you were in New York for the premiere? Yes. And did you meet her after you were evacuated from the premiere? Yes. Was it later that same night? Yes. Where were you? Where did you go first? Where did you first encounter her? I first encountered her at the Pearl. The hotel where you were staying at? Yes. And what, if anything, did she say to you? She said nothing. Objection. Overruled. Now, you know this is the prosecution's case in chief, right? Which means they're presenting their case. So if I'm hollering objection, because I don't feel like saying mechanic and all that, I don't feel like doing it. I just want to read it naturally. So Y'all know that it's the defense that's doing the objections, okay? Unless, so the judge overruled. And Faith said she said nothing to me directly. At some point, did you speak to her on the phone? Yes. And what, if anything, did she say to you then? Objection. Same objection. Overruled. She said that she wanted to meet up with me to discuss some file she had. Do you know where she was when she was telling you this? In New York. Did you end up meeting with her? Yes. And where did you end up meeting with her? We met at Applebee's. Where in relation to your hotel was the Applebee's? About 5-minute walk. Near your hotel? Correct. Who, if anyone, went with you to meet Cash Jones at the Applebee's? My mother and my friend at the time. I'm showing the witness only what is marked for identification as Government Exhibit 8510. Do you recognize this? Yes. What is this? The Applebee's I met Cash Jones at. I moved to admit Government Exhibit 510. Objection. That's an evidence. Government Exhibit 510 was received in evidence. When did you arrive at the Applebee's? Who was there? Did you meet with Cash Jones at the Applebee's? Correct. Was she with anyone else? Yes. What, if anything, can you describe the person or persons she was with? She had someone she described as her cousin with her, and she said a security guard with her. And the security guard, was that a male or female? A male. What, if anything, did you notice regarding that male person while you were at the Applebee's? When me and Cash were engaging, he was at a distance in the corner. He had a black suit, black tie, and had his hand on his gun on his hip. Was he wearing a jacket? Correct. At some point, were you able to notice a handgun? Correct. Under his jacket? Correct. Did you and Cash Jones speak at the Applebee's? Yes. What, if anything, did she show you? And what, if anything, did she say to you? She stated to me that I'm going to object. The objection is overruled to the conversation between this witness and Miss Jones. Go ahead. She stated to me that she wasn't a fan of Mr. Kelly, that she worked for him. Huh? Wait a minute. She stated to me that she wasn't a fan of Mr. Kelly, that she worked for him. But she said she wasn't against us, but she wasn't for the women coming forward. She was just trying to figure out who was telling the truth and who was lying. She told me that she had a file, and I asked her to see it. In the file, it was like a little profiles of me and other women that were in the documentary. She showed me my profile picture, and it was a picture of me, and it was some mug shots that weren't me, and my nude pictures were in there. And she had, I'm sorry, y'all, I'm reading this choppy because this is in disbelief. Wait a minute now. And she had let me know that basically this is what he plans on putting out if you guys move forward with this documentary. Objection. The objection is overruled. At that point, you were there for the premiere, but it's correct that the documentary had not yet aired on television. Correct. The new photos that you saw, did you recognize them, or were those had been taken? Or where they had been taken? Sorry, y'all. Yes. What did you recognize about them? I recognized that they were the same pictures that I had seen before that were sent to my attorney's office, except you could see the full thing. I wasn't covered. There were more pictures that I knew he took of me that was never sent. They were taken of me. When did you say you recognized the pictures he take of you? he take of you? Wait a minute. When did you say you recognize pictures he take of you? He took of you, probably. Who is he that you're referring to? Robert Kelly. After that, did Surviving R. Kelly air on Lifetime television in early January 2019? Yes. Are you familiar with the Facebook page called Surviving Lives? Yes. And in relation to when Surviving R. Kelly aired on television, can you say, do you have a recollection of when you became aware of the Surviving Lives Facebook page? It was maybe not that long after the documentary had aired, maybe about a week. I just woke up to a whole bunch of messages and people were screenshotting my new body parts all over the internet as well as my addresses. Wow. Did you understand that those items had been posted on the Surviving Lives Facebook page? Yes. Was what was posted similar to what you testified about here? The photos and text messages in Government Exhibit 231A? Yes. They were the same pictures except they were not cropped. You testified earlier that during the course of the time that you communicated and saw the defendant, that you sometimes spoke using FaceTime. Is that right? Yeah, correct. I'm showing the witness only what is marked for identification in Government's Exhibit 207A. Do you recognize that? Correct. Is this a screenshot of a FaceTime conversation between you and the defendant? Correct. I move to admit Government's Exhibit 207A. Objection. I'm sorry, no objection. That's an evidence. Government Exhibit 207A was received in evidence by Ms. Shihada. You testified earlier, Government Exhibit 207A, is this a screenshot that you provided to the government? Correct. You testified earlier that prior to the first time you went to see the defendant, you engaged in texting communications with them. Correct. And I'm showing in the witness only what is marked for identification as Government Exhibit 207B and 207C. Do you recognize the documents that I've just showed you? Correct. And are these text message communications between you and the defendant from early on in your communications? Correct. Ms. Shahada, I'm sorry. I moved to admit Government Exhibit 207B and 207C. Any objections? No objections. Those are in evidence. Government Exhibit 207B and 207C was received in evidence. Starting with 207B, if we can publish them, are these text messages from March 12, 2017, prior to your first trip? Correct. You also testified before the break about that final trip to New York, and you testified that you texted the defendant after that trip or after the events occurred in the hotel room that day. Correct. Showing the witness on the Government's Exhibit 207I. Do you recognize this? Correct. Is this a text message between you and the defendant from February 3rd, 2018? Correct. I move to admit Government's Exhibit 207I. No objection. That's in evidence. Government Exhibit 207I was received in evidence. If we can publish it, please. The text in blue are from you. Yes. The text in gray on this one are from the defendant, correct? Correct. Where it says Daddy coming home, that was written by the defendant, correct. And was that before he came to the hotel room? Correct. And that's a morning time stamp. Is that right? Correct. And then later, the same day in the evening time, did you write him a text message? Correct. Can you explain why you wrote him this text message? I sent him that text message because after their interaction in the room, I didn't know if he was mad or what was going to happen next. I was trying to fix the situation and make sure there wasn't anything like bad blood after that interaction. Why were you concerned about bad blood? I didn't want there to be any repercussions for anything that I said or did that may have made him upset. What do you mean by repercussions? I didn't know. I didn't know what was going to happen. At that point, had the defendant filmed you? Yes. Engaged in sexual intercourse with him? Yes. Had taken pictures of you and your naked body? Yes. Were you concerned about those coming out at some point? Absolutely. Did they in fact come out on the Surviving Lives Facebook page? Ultimately, yes, they did. No further questions. Okay, cross-examine. All right, now, this is still the prosecution's case in chief, right? But this is just the cross-examination by Mr. Canick. So the objections will be by the prosecution. And now you see I'm using like little legalese with y'all because I'm thinking, y'all picking this up. Okay, we moving ahead. It's fast. Okay, just little legalese, right? So here you see here case in chief, you know what that means. All right. Now we got Mr. Canick on up next, right? This is cross-examination. All right. Before you started your testimony yesterday, you had met with the government to go over the questions that they were going to ask you in this courtroom. Am I correct? Correct. And you also spoke with them last night. Incorrect. You didn't speak with them last night? I didn't speak with them last night. You said you did or you didn't. I didn't. You did? The judge says, did not. She says, did not. Back on Canick. When was the last time you spoke with them? This morning when we said good morning. And the other than the good morning, you had no communication about the facts that you just testified to today or yesterday? Can you ask your question again? When you spoke with them and said good morning this morning, did you discuss any of the details concerning what you've been telling the jury? No, we discussed me looking at something that I had already seen. What was it that you looked at? Do I have to answer that question? Yes, I'll let you know if you don't. Okay, it was a picture of my text. I was looking at the time. That was something concerning about the case. Am I correct? Objection as to form. So when it's objection as to form, that means that they don't like the way the question was asked. You need to re-ask the question a different way. That's acceptable. The judge said, did you look at anything else besides the text? She said, no, I just looked at the time. Okay, next question. Back on Canick. Now, before yesterday, when was it that you last met with the government to discuss the case? The case have. I don't know if that's right. Objection as to form. She testified she didn't meet yesterday. I said before yesterday. The objection is overruled. Can you ask the question again? Before yesterday, when was the last time you met with the government to discuss this case? I saw them on Sunday. What time you saw them on Sunday? I'm not sure. You saw them in the morning? I don't remember what time I saw them. So you don't remember what time you saw them on Sunday, but you remember all these details from 3 years ago. Objection. Overruled. Correct. Do you remember what time you left them on Sunday? No. Do you remember what time, how much time you spent with them on Sunday? No. What about other than Sunday? Had you met with them before to discuss the details of this case? Correct. Does that mean you did? Yes. And what date was that? I'm not sure of the exact date. And was it a week prior? I'm not sure of the exact date. I'm not asking you about the exact date. I'm asking you if it was a week prior. I'm a little confused right now. Are you asking before Sunday, the time before that? Yes. Okay, just approximately, did you met with them before Sunday, correct? Correct. Do you remember about when that was generally? I met with them last month, I believe, as well. Back on Mr. Cannon. All right. So you see the judge stepped in, right? Right now, Kanik is trying to impeach her credibility, right? Not saying that this is not meaning that it would be like her testimony should have been impeached. That's all I'm saying. He's trying to, I ain't gonna use the word impeach. He's trying to challenge her credibility, right? Okay. Trying to show where maybe her memory may not be consistent, reliable enough to give a testimony that the jury should believe, right? This is an old trick. This is standard. All right. This is just what will happen. Okay, I understand. That's just what it is, right? So it says, how many times have you met with the government before coming and giving testimony to this court? I'm not sure, to be exact. Now, was it more than 3? Correct. More than 5? I'm not sure. Before speaking to the government, well, at least withdrawn. So that means he withdrew his question that he was going to ask. It says, you also made talk show appearances concerning what you're telling us about now. Am I correct? You're correct. What talk shows have you been on to give your account as to what you said happened here? I've been on a few. I'm not exactly sure of all the names, but I've been on a few. You've been on Dr. Oz, correct. You've also on some social media shows, correct. And you participate in Surviving R. Kelly, correct? Correct. When did you start your participation in Surviving R. Kelly? My participation in Surviving R. Kelly happened after my lawsuit was filed. My question is, when was it that you started your participation in Surviving R. Kelly? I'm not sure of the exact date. It was certainly before you went to New York for the premiere. Am I correct? I'm sorry. Can you ask that question again? Your participation in Surviving R. Kelly started before you came to New York for the premiere. Am I correct? Correct. When was it that you made the trip to New York for the premiere? January 2019. When you participated in Surviving R. Kelly, did you receive compensation? I received compensation for the picture of me, my sister, and R. Kelly. So you did receive compensation for a picture, yes. How much compensation did you receive? $1,000 for the picture. $1,000 for the picture. That's all the monies you received from your involvement with Surviving R. Kelly? Correct. Did you receive any monies for any of the talk shows that you participate in? No. What about any of the social media appearances? Podcasts? No, sir. Now, what were you doing before withdrawing? And when was it you met R. Kelly? In 2017. And you were in college at the time. Correct. And you said that you realized college was not for you and you decided that you weren't going to pursue that anymore. Correct? Correct. Now, after you made that decision, did you seek employment? No, sir. And so at any point, anytime during your relationship with Mr. Kelly, were you employed? No, sir. Now, before meeting Mr. Kelly, had you been in pursuit of an acting career? No, sir. Before you involved with Surviving R. Kelly, were you in pursuit of an acting career? No, sir. After Surviving R. Kelly, did you start pursuit of an acting career? The opportunity came and went. No, sir. And when the opportunity came, when you say that the opportunity came and went, what do you mean? I was asked to be a part of something. I considered it. I decided not to move forward. And was that a project in Los Angeles? No, sir. You appeared in a podcast in LA. Yes, sir. What was the name of that podcast? I don't remember. You appeared on a podcast. Was there a host or a hostess? Correct. and you sat opposite that hostess. Am I correct? Correct. It was a female. Am I correct? Correct. An African American female. Am I correct? Correct. And you sat opposite her and you had a conversation for well over an hour. Am I correct? Correct. And in that podcast, you discussed what were going, some of the things that were happening for you since surviving R. Kelly. Am I correct? Correct. And you told her that you had opportunities that came about, opportunities, not an opportunity, but opportunities that came about for acting. Am I correct? I don't remember saying that with her. You don't know that was televised? Well, it was recorded and there is a video up. Correct. Now, after surviving R. withdrawn. Before your participation in surviving R. Kelly, did you have an attorney? Can you ask your question again? Before your participation in surviving R. Kelly, did you have an attorney? Yes. Who was that attorney? Lee Merrick. And Lee Merrick is an attorney out of San Antonio? Incorrect. I'm asking you a question. I'm not. Is Lee Merrick an attorney out of San Antonio? He's an attorney out of Dallas, Texas. So the answer to my question is that he's not from San Antonio. No. Now, did you at some point retain another attorney? Yes. And who was that attorney? Gloria Allred. And Gloria Allred is in the courtroom with you today, correct? Yes. And do you have any pending lawsuits? Yes. And is Ms. Allred involved in those lawsuits? She is not. Another lawyer is Lee Merrick. Now, was it that you retained Ms. Allred? Objection, Your Honor, as to relevance. Overruled. Once the hotel trial and everything came about, the criminal process started, I got legal advising from Ms. Allred. So my question, ma'am, is when was it that you retained Ms. Allred? I'm not sure of the exact date. Do you remember the year? Around 2019, I believe. And do you remember the month? No. That show, that podcast that I spoke to you about is called The Paper Route. The Paper Route, I'm sorry. Am I correct? Is it called what? The Paper Route. The Paper Route? Yes. Yes. Correct. And what's the name of the hostess? I don't remember her name. That was my first time meeting her. My question was, what was her name? She said she did not remember. Next question. Your appearance there was about a year ago. Give or take, yes. On that podcast, you also discussed the choices you've made in connection with Mr. Kelly, correct? Correct. We'll get to it. I did not hear what you said. I said we'll get to it. Oh. Now, before you brought any lawsuit here, you and Mr. Merrick had a demand letter sent to Mr. Kelly for money. Am I correct? That is incorrect. Didn't you and Mr. Merrick send a demand letter to Mr. Kelly for $3 million? That's incorrect. I wasn't aware of that. Mr. Merrick was your attorney. Am I correct? Correct. You retained him. Am I correct? Correct. And you're telling this jury that he sent out a demand letter for $3 million and you're not aware of it. I did not read over the demand letter. I was not aware that he was asking for $3 million or money. What did you hire him for? Objection. Sustain as to form. Well, you hired him to sue Mr. Kelly. Am I correct? Incorrect. You didn't hire this attorney to sue Mr. Kelly, claiming that he gave you herpes. May I answer? You can answer. I hired Mr. Merrick prior, before even looking at a lawsuit, to help me pursue criminal charges against Mr. Kelly, which I got no help from. So then came the lawsuit next. Okay, it became a lawsuit next. When was the first time you attempted to bring criminal charges against Mr. Kelly? In Dallas, Texas. My question is when. I don't remember the exact date. May I approach the witness? Yes. I'm going to direct your attention to this highlighted area. You looked at the document. Correct. Did it refresh your recollection that you went to the Dallas Police Department on April 9, 2018? Correct. And you had Mr. Merrick file a lawsuit on April 17, 2018. Am I correct? Can you repeat those dates again? Dallas Police Department, April 9, 2018, lawsuit well, demand letter dated April 17, 2018. Are you asking me a question? I did. And you asked me to give you the dates again. Can I have the question read back to her? Sure. Where she asked for the dates. The record was read then. Correct. Now, before making an effort to file a complaint with the Dallas Police Department, had you made an attempt to file a criminal complaint anywhere else in New York? What was the date of that? I'm not sure of the exact date. And when you say that you filed one in New York, where specifically? I don't remember where specifically. Did you go to these places to file these lawsuits, these criminal? Correct. And as you sit here today, you don't have any recollection as to where you went. I do not know the exact location and city name. Was one in New York City? Correct. And was one in Westbury, Long Island? I think I'm having a little trouble hearing you. I don't know if it's your microphone. Better. Okay. You said one was in New York City. Do you remember the date of that? I don't remember the date. Wasn't that in January 14, 2019? I don't remember the date. Well, let's see if this refreshes your recollection. The top portion. No down. Right here, right there. Does that refresh your recollection? Yes. What's the date? Again, your microphone is not. You said that refreshes your recollection. Yes. What's the date? January. May I see it again? Beg your pardon? Can I see it again? January 14. What year? 2019. And you filed another lawsuit, criminal case in Suffolk County. She filed a criminal case, or did she make a complaint? She made a complaint to file a criminal case. Well, that is still objection. It is still sustained as to form. First, you cannot file a criminal case. She made a complaint to detectives in Suffolk County. Is that where you're asking? Is that what you are asking her? Wow, this got choppy. So let me explain to you what's going on, right? Canick has recognized that she didn't go over her dates, right? So he's using that to make her seem like she can't remember, which is one of the ways you hold on, let me turn over a little bit, which is one of the ways you try to show that a witness does not have a good memory, which means that you should call into question their testimony. It's just a normal standard trick, right? That's why he keeps hammering on the dates. So, and the places and asking this and that, whatever. And as you see, the judge already knows that's the play. She's jumping in and kind of sometimes like, sometimes what I do, like sometimes up here, you have people that will ask somebody that they don't like the same questions over and over again or whatever, just to be antagonistic or just to harass them. And sometimes I'll jump in and give the answer because I know what they're doing and I want them to move on. Okay? Because you're getting on my nerves now. Because I know what you're doing. Because sometimes the person been gave the answer. And the answer is not satisfactory to the damn little antagonistic person. So that's why I jump in and be like, look, this the answer. Accept it or reject it. But whatever the way, just move the fuck on to the next question. All right. So we're back on Canning. That's exactly what I'm asking her. And this is the judge. Okay, or police officer. Now, you made this complaint in June 21st, 2018, Suffolk County. I don't remember. You don't remember the date? You want to show her the, yes. See, you see the judge jumping in? Because the judge know he was finna go down another, badging her for the damn date. Okay, so we're back on Faith. He says, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. So you see, and I have never read this, so I'm going through it with y'all. So you see, his tactic is working. Back on the judge. That is all right. He's going to show you the date. All he wants to know is whether you remember the date you spoke to the police in Suffolk County here in New York. You see what I mean? Sounded like Larry right there. Okay, and she says correct. And here's the judge. See, the judge is now jumping in. You see all of this where the court is, where it says court. The judge is now jumping in. All right. So I'll tell you when we switch. So this is the judge. Does that refresh your recollection of when that happened? She said correct. When was it? In 2018. But do you know the specific? June 2018. Okay, next question. See what I'm talking about? So if I would have just kept reading, I would have answered my own self. She jumped in because she was sick of this bullshit. Okay? Judge Andani tired. She old and she tired. And got sick of this shit. Okay? All right, now we're back on Cannon. He says, now before coming in and speaking to us, you and I had never spoken. Am I correct? Correct. Now you testified and told us that there came a point in time that you went to a concert with your sister, and at some point that everything you that evening you met Mr. Kelly. Do you remember telling us about that? Correct. And you testified and told us that you exchanged numbers. I did not testify and say we exchanged numbers. I said he gave me his number. And you did not give him your number? We text. And at some point, there came a point where you had conversations afterwards. Correct. And there was an agreement or an understanding that you could visit him on some point, the road or whatever. Correct. In fact, he told you that whenever you wanted to, that you could visit him. Correct. So after he told you that, you made a decision that you would go and visit him. Correct. You made a choice. Am I correct? Correct. And this is why I'm reading this with emphasis, because I know what he's doing. Right now, he is trying to challenge that element of that enticement, coercion, and all of that. So that's why he's probably found this line of questioning like this. Let me back up some. It said you made a choice. Am I correct? Correct. In fact, you met him at the show and you said that you were invited to an after party along with your sister, and he made certain overtures to you at the meeting. Am I correct? Correct. And after he made those overtures to you, you started texting. Correct. And eventually started speaking. Correct. And then eventually started FaceTiming. Correct. And in those communications, he flirted with you. Am I correct? Correct. And you returned the flirt. Am I correct? Correct. And then it came, as said earlier, that he invited you, that if you want to come and visit, contact someone from his office, correct? Correct. And you made that contact, right? Correct. Not your sister. You made the contact, right? Correct. And then you text and you told Diana, correct? You told her Mr. Kelly said to get me a ticket. I didn't say give me a ticket. What did you say? I gave her the days I would like to come, and she checked with him to make sure that was okay. And then the flight was booked. Flight was booked, and eventually you got a return call from Diana with respect to your interest in going to visit him. Am I correct? Can you say that again, please? Eventually you got a response that Mr. Kelly said it was okay and a flight was booked. Correct. And then you received a ticket, correct? And the ticket was not in your name, correct? The ticket was in another person's name, correct? Another female, correct? And after you got that ticket, you made the choice in saying, I ain't going. This is the judge. I did not hear what you said. I am sorry. Did you say I ain't going? Yes, I ain't going. That is right. That is all right. I just couldn't hear it. Okay. Am I correct, ma'am? You're correct. And you made that choice, right? Correct. So after you got the ticket in someone else's name, you realize, come to the conclusion that you know what? That offends my dignity. I'm not going, right? I never said that it offended my dignity. Okay, why you choose not to go? I just felt like for the first time that was improper. Okay, let's talk about the second time. After you felt still that that was not the proper thing, you eventually continued to communicate with Mr. Kelly. Am I correct? Correct. And there was text messages, correct. Telephone calls, correct. FaceTimes, correct. And you participated of your own will. Am I correct? Correct. You answered the phone when he called, correct. You sent text messages, correct. You got involved into FaceTiming, correct. And if eventually you decide I'm going, I want to take another trip. The judge jumping in. Take another trip? Yes, to visit Mr. Kelly. Has she been yet? Well, give it another shot. All right. You gave it another shot. Can you ask me the question all over again? After exchanging communications, continuing to flirt, you decided that you would give it another shot to visit Mr. Kelly. Correct. Now, again, you made that decision. Correct. And you decided that you would then contact Diana. Am I correct? Correct. I sound like I'm making a song called Correct. God damn. And you asked for another ticket. Am I correct? Correct. Your Honor, would this be a good time? Sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. We're going to take a slightly longer lunch today because I'm tired of the motherfucker with all this stupid ass shit. I have another matter to attend to, so we will be back at 2:30. Please do not talk about the case or look at anything up, anything like that, but enjoy your lunches. All rise. All rise. Everybody can sit down, but step out. We will see you after lunch. Anything on the other side before we break for lunch? Not from the government. No, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Koenig, I'm going to ask my same fruitless questions that I ask all the time. Do you have a sense of how long you're going to be? I am just trying to figure out what we can accomplish today. I am sure that we will be finished with her before the end of today. Maybe we'll be finished with her probably around 4 p.m. Maybe. Okay, all right. So if that long. Okay. Everybody enjoy their lunches. Okay. Let me see. All right. Y'all still hanging in? Let me check on y'all. Let me check on y'all. I'm going and getting into a little shit today. Let me see. Let me see. Let's see what y'all saying to me over here. And where do you say that? I'll tell my Andrew. Where did it say that? She had another case of hearing something. Yeah. Well, listen. I'm telling you what the lady's saying in her head. It's not on him. But she said she tired of all this bullshit back and forth. Keep asking about the time and shit. I know what you're trying to do. Move on, counselor. Hell, I think you painted a picture to the jury. You're trying to say that her memory shouldn't be trusted. So therefore a testimony shouldn't be trusted. We got that. Everybody went to law school in here, know that trick. Can we move on today? That's what she's trying to say. Shit. Oh man. Yeah. Girl, Zoe, I'm a beast. I'm knocking on that. Now I'm knocking on that. Yes. I mean, I feel like I was making a song called Correct. Then what that dude name is? Sean something 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 something. How many times or something? Right here. Something 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 right here. He made a song or something like that. What name? Lil Sean or I don't know that damn boy name is. He be saying them songs with Chris Brown and he be kind of like rapping off key sometimes. I don't know the damn boy name is. Shit. Who is this? Wait a minute. Is this a love connection? You can come see me anytime, but I have a woman. What is this thing going on? Boy, this is the boot up channel. What is my queen? Who is in here trying to hit on my queen K? The hell? I see y'all hanging on in. I'm gonna get back to it. Let me drink this soda. What's up, babe? Hey, real diamond. Who else up in here? I got Queen, got Coco Sheet. QE. Yes, yes, honey, yes. This is good. Hold on. Cha. 1 minute, y'all. 1 minute. And drink this soda before it get hot. Okay, where was I? Where was I? Okay. All right, so then I came back into the courtroom. All right, we still on Cannon. Let's see where this goes. Cut this fan back on. All right. Now, witness still on the oath. Can I continue? All right. Before going out to meet Mr. Kelly, well, let me withdraw that. After your initial meeting with Mr. Kelly at the after party, did you Google him? Yes. And why did you Google him? to find out who he was because I wasn't a fan. And you did, in fact, read up about who he was. Can you ask your question again? You read, after you Googled him, you read what was returned. Am I correct? I'm sorry. Can you ask that question again? You Googled him. Yes. You read what you saw on the computer. Am I correct? Yes. Okay. Now, do you recall an instance where in your earlier communications with Mr. Kelly, he responded to you, come on, I am who I am. I see a few people, but I'm not married. Laugh out loud. Yes. And your response was laugh out loud. I understand. Correct. Now, what did you take that communication to mean? I understood that he wasn't married, he dates multiple people. And he told you that in the initial part of the communication between the two of you, am I correct? Correct. Now, you told us about a situation when you were dating your first boyfriend, that you were assaulted by his other girlfriend. Do you remember telling us about that? The mother of his child, not his other girlfriend. Yes, I remember saying that. There's a distinction. The mother of your child and a girlfriend, yes, there's a distinction. Okay. That's like a wife and a girlfriend, two different things. If I ask a question, please just respond to the question that I asked, okay? Now, you testified as a result of what you developed a problem, epilepsy. Correct. Oh, wow. And you testified that as a result, you have to be careful with drinking alcohol because alcohol may trigger a seizure. Correct. Now, you testified and told us as well as that when you went to Mr. Kelly's after party, you had some alcohol. That is incorrect. I never said that. You didn't have any alcohol? I did not have any alcohol. There was an occasion where you did have alcohol with Mr. Kelly. Am I correct? Yes. And you consumed the alcohol of your own choosing. Am I correct? Can you please ask that question again? I think he's asking, nobody made you drink the alcohol. Is that correct? Is that right? And see, you see the judge see what he's trying to do. And she's letting him know that I know what you're trying to do. Can you move along, sir? And she says correct. And the judge says, okay, next question. So that wasn't just one time, it was multiple times that you consumed alcohol of your own choosing. Correct. Now, you testified and told us that you were asked by Mr. Kelly to call him daddy. Do you remember telling us about that? Correct. And you did call him daddy. Am I correct? Yes. And in your conversations with him, you called him daddy. Yes. And in your text messages, you called him daddy. Am I correct? Yes. Now that was one your choosing. Am I correct? Now, I'm sorry. Now that was of your choosing. Am I correct? Yes. He asked you to, and you decided yes. And I can call you daddy. I respected what he asked to be called. Yes. Well, you didn't have to call him daddy, right? No. In fact, if I recall your testimony correctly, you said that there was a time that he called you on the phone and you answered the phone, and basically he was not satisfied with you not calling him daddy and he hung up. Do you remember telling us about that? Yes. And then, according to you, he called back again, and this time you called him daddy. Am I correct? Correct. Now you had the option of not answering the phone. Am I correct? Correct. You knew it was him that was calling. Am I correct? Correct. And you answered the phone and you called him daddy. Correct. When you sent those text messages, you called him daddy. Yes, sir. So he asked you to call him daddy and you started calling him daddy. Yes, sir. Now let's talk about the first trip to New York. You testified and told us that there came a point in time that he invited you. Well, you asked for a trip to New York. Do you remember telling us about that? Yes. And you text Diana? Yes. And you asked for the accommodation to be arranged? Am I correct? Yes. You did all of that? Correct. Yes. And after you asked for the accommodation to be arranged, you got on the plane. Yes. And you took the plane to New York? Yes. And in fact, wasn't this a connecting flight? Yes. I could not hear you. Yes. So you had an opportunity in Nashville where you made the connecting flight to change your mind, right? Yes. So again, now he's showing that she's making these choices of her own free will. So he's trying again to attack that element of enticement, inducement, persuasion, and coercion. That is what he's doing on this leg of questions. Okay, so change my yes. But instead you boarded the next flight from Nashville to Long Island, right? Yes. And then you came there and you went to a hotel. Yes. What time did you get to the hotel? I don't remember. Was it in the afternoon? I don't remember. Was it in the morning? I don't remember. Was it in the evening? Objection. Overruled. Do you remember what time of day? I don't remember. Now, you at some point contacted Diana after you arrived at the hotel, correct? And you wanted to know what you should be doing, what's going to happen next. Am I correct? Yes. And could you speak a little louder? Yes. And basically, you had that option, right? You didn't have to go out. You contacted Diana to ask, what are we going to do next, right? Yes. Okay. And then Diana told you nothing was going to happen until 8 o'clock. Do you remember that? Yes. And then at 8, sometime around that, you went to the concert. Yes. Okay. And you testified and told us that you didn't sit in the first row, but you were someplace very close to the front. Yes. Now, this was at Westbury Coliseum, correct? And you testified and told the jury that Mr. Kelly actually performed to you, and he was making eye contact with you and singing to you. Am I correct? Correct. And you stared back at him. Am I correct? Yes. Now, was the stage a rotating stage? I don't remember. How many acts you saw that night? Just him. And when you were watching Mr. Kelly, did you notice that the stage would rotate around and come back around? I don't remember if the stage was rotating. Well, according to you, during that show, he was singing to you. I stated he interacted with me during the show. Yes, I said that. Okay, now you testified that after the show, you were asked if you were going to go to the after party. Incorrect. Were you asked if you were going to the after party? Are you referring to the show in New York? Well, that's what we're talking about. That's incorrect. I wasn't asked if I was going to go anywhere. Diana told me where I was going and where he was going. Oh, oh. Oh, look at Faith. Faith must have caught on. Diana told me. All right. Did you go to the after party? No. Now, you got an Uber back to the hotel. Yes. And you were not told about the after party. I was told he was going to the after party and I was going back to my hotel. And you were told that, and then you did, right? Yes. Okay. And then you testified and told the jury at some point in the early morning hours around 6 Mr. Kelly came to your room. Correct. And according to you, there was a sexual encounter that really humiliated you. I said it was awkward. Yes. Awkward. You didn't want that to happen. You told the jury, right? Correct. In fact, you you felt you felt a kind of way about it that you even called your sister, correct? Incorrect. You called your friend my best friend. Yes. And basically, you called your best friend because you said that you wanted to find out if you were off. Incorrect. Why did you call your best friend? I said I wanted to see what she had to say about the situation. Okay. And she had something to say about the situation. And you felt as though that whatever Mr. Kelly said to you as he was leaving the room was constructive criticism, according to you. Incorrect. I stated that what he told me. I did not say that what it was. So he told you that it was constructive criticism. Yes. Now, after he gave you that constructive criticism and after you went through that degrading experience with him, you flew back to San Antonio. Am I correct? Correct. And then there came a point in time, according to you, he contacted you again. Correct. And after he contacted you, you and he exchanged text messages. We were already exchanging text messages. Did you continue to exchange text messages? Correct. Did you continue to talk on the phone? Correct. Did you continue to FaceTime? Correct. After all this experience you had in New York that you felt degraded about, you asked for another trip. Am I correct? We talked about another trip, me coming again. Yes. You asked for another trip. Am I correct? He said he wanted to see me, and I gave Diana the dates I was available. And you did that? Correct. Even after the experience you supposedly had in New York? Correct. You decided, you know what? I want to see him again. Correct? Forget the fact that he constructively criticized me. I want to go back again. Correct. Forget the fact that he degraded me. I want to see him again. Correct. And after you made that decision to contact Diana, you got a ticket. Am I correct? Correct. You got yourself prepared. Am I correct? Correct. And you went to the airport. Correct. And you took the flight to where he was. Am I correct? Correct. And then after you got to that place, where was that place anyhow? Which place are you referring to? The trip after New York. I went back home. Come on. I know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. He's not being clear. I'm sorry, Your Honor. All right, everybody stop. You stop and you stop. The question is I think the question is what is the next place you went to see Mr. Kelly? Do I have that right, Mr. Canick? Absolutely, Your Honor. All right, so that's the question. What city did you go to next? The city I went to next after New York was Chicago. All right, next question. So in Chicago, you had another sexual encounter with him. Am I correct? Correct. An unwanted sexual encounter? Correct. And after you had this unwanted sexual encounter, you went back to San Antonio. Am I correct? Correct. And then you continued to exchange text messages with him? Correct. And you continued to have telephone calls with him? Correct. And you continued to FaceTime with him? Correct. And you then asked for another trip? We discussed me coming next time? Yes. And you discussed it after that degrading experience? Objection. Overruled. You discussed it and you decided that you're going to take another trip to see him. Correct. And you went through the same process. You contacted You contacted Diana? Correct. And you got out to the airport? Yes. And then you went to meet him again? Yes. And when you met him again, where was that city? After Chicago, I went to Dallas. Okay. And Dallas was a similar experience, another degrading sexual encounter. Am I correct? I never said that. You didn't like what was going on with him sexually. Am I correct? I didn't say that about the Dallas trip either. In the Dallas trip, you testified and you told us that you consumed a lot of alcohol. Correct. In fact, you told us that it was Ciroc. Correct. And this was, now you have been diagnosed with this condition that would cause you to have a seizure before you went to Dallas. Am I correct? Correct. And you knew that the alcohol would cause or could trigger a seizure. Am I correct? Too much alcohol can cause you to have a seizure. Yes. And you made that decision to consume the alcohol again. Am I correct? Correct. And after some point, I think you alluded to the fact that because of the alcohol, you had sexual encounters with Mr. Kelly. Am I correct? I never said because of the alcohol, that's why I had sex with him. I never said that. Okay. Now, you also indicated that you were left in the Sprinter for long periods of time. I didn't indicate. I said I was left in the Sprinter for a long period of time. Yes. So you indicated that you were left there while they were in the cigar bar. Incorrect. So you were left in the Sprinter. Yeah, correct. I'm sorry. And how long were you left in the Sprinter? For a number of hours. When you say a number of hours, more than 2, correct. More than 4, it might have been about 4 hours. You didn't like that? Correct. In fact, you felt a little humiliated. I never said I felt humiliated. I'm asking you, did you feel humiliated? Humiliated? No. Left behind? Yes. And you didn't want to be left behind, right? Correct. You wanted to be with him, right? Correct. Okay. And you felt as though he was not sensitive to the fact that you wanted to be with him. Incorrect. I never said that. I didn't ask you if you said that. I was asking you if that's how you felt. No. So when you said a short while ago that you felt left behind, it didn't bother you that you were left behind for about 4 hours. It bothered me for the amount of time that I was left behind. If he had something to do, that's his job. He's an entertainer. It was just being there. But you weren't. I'm sorry, but weren't you upset that you couldn't leave on your own will? Correct. Weren't you upset that you didn't have food to eat? I was upset about not being able to use the bathroom. I wasn't hungry in the Sprinter. Okay. But you were upset about not being able to use the bathroom. Am I correct? Correct. And anything else about the trip upset you? No. So then eventually you went back to San Antonio. Yes. Okay. And then after being left in the Sprinter in this occasion for an excessive amount of hours and feeling left behind, you decide to visit him again at another destination. Am I correct? Correct. And again, of your own will? Correct. You contacted Diana to make those arrangements for you. Correct. And what city did you go to next? Los Angeles. And it was in Los Angeles that you testified and told the jury that he was stern. Correct. And you testified and told the jury that he had a gun next to him as he spoke to you. The gun was beside him, yes. And frightened you, right? Made me uncomfortable, yes. Very uncomfortable, scared, yes. And then he had unwanted sex with you, oral sex. Oral sex, yes. You didn't want that, correct. So he had a gun that frightened you, right? Correct. He performed oral sex on you that you didn't want. Am I correct? Incorrect. I never said that happened in LA. What? Shit. And if she wasn't 19, I would elaborate on that. Because that's stupid. That's a stupid question. You know? Shit. But it'd be improper because she's young. So anyway. So he made you perform oral sex on him. Correct. And you definitely didn't want to do that, right? Correct. And then he left you for a long periods of time. Correct? So Gunn performed oral sex on him, left you, and then eventually you went back to San Antonio. Correct. Did there come a point in time that you went to visit him again? Yes. So after all that, after being forced to perform oral sex on him, after being intimidated by him because he had a gun next to him as he spoke to you and leaving you behind, you went to visit him again? Correct. Your choice, right? Yes. What city did you go to this time? New York. So New York. Now I want to go back to something we started discussing before the lunch recess. Now, when you spoke to the New York police, when you filed a complaint against Mr. Kelly, you told him that Mr. Kelly penetrated your vagina and your anus, right? I never said that. May I approach, Your Honor? Sure. Read the second paragraph. You read it? Correct, I read it. Isn't it a fact that you told the police officers what's on that paper is incorrect? I didn't ask you. Okay. First of all, let him finish the questions before you start to answer. He is going to ask you questions and let the witness respond. Thank you. So what is the question you want to put to the witness? Isn't it a fact that when you were interviewed by the police officers who took this complaint, you told them that he inserted his penis in your anus and your vagina? That's not a fact. So you didn't tell them that? No. And if it's here, they made it up? Well, that is not a fact. Well, sustain as to whether they made it up. You're saying that you didn't tell them that. Is that right? Yes. And when you were speaking with them, were they taking notes? Yes. And you were the only one who were giving them details of this account that you were complaining that happened. Am I correct? Correct. Now, isn't it a fact that you also told them in that interview that Mr. Kelly told you that if you didn't allow, well, that he pushed you and said that he would not allow you to eat during the meeting? That's incorrect. And if it's in here, that's an error? Absolutely an error. Okay. And isn't it a fact that you told the detectives or whomever interviewed you that you were tested and found to be positive for herpes in December 2017? Incorrect. I never said that. Okay, you never said it. And if it's in here, then it's in error. 100% an error. Now, may I have a second, Your Honor, please? Now, after this experience you had in LA where you said that Mr. Kelly had a gun near him as he spoke to you and that he violated you sexually and had you wait around, you flew back to San Antonio. Yes. And did there come a time that you decided to visit him again? Yes. Where was that? New York. And now the experiences that you had in those other visits, none of them were to your liking. Am I correct? Correct. And you felt as though he violated you in some fashion on each and every one of those trips. Am I correct? Correct. And those violations were sexual violations, correct? And you said that you felt though that you couldn't go and use a bathroom when you wanted to use a bathroom, correct? And you felt as though that you were not given food. I never said that. You felt you were given food. I never said that. What do you say? Withdrawn. Now, after you had that experience in LA, you decided that you were going to contact Diana and arrange for another trip. Correct. And the same process. You contacted her and she sent a trip and then you got to the airport and eventually got to the what hotel was it? You're asking me about which trip. He asked about the hotel you went to. Yes. Which trip again? I'm sorry. New York. Well, you went to New York twice, right? So I think you're talking about the last time. The last trip. The last trip? Yes. Was it the Mandarin or something? Yes, the Mandarin. Okay, go ahead. And you got to that hotel by Uber. Yes. And again, this was your own volition. You decided you had asked for this trip and you got the trip and you made the trip. Am I correct? Yes, sir. And I think you testified withdrawn. At some point, you said you met someone by the name of Joy or Joycelyn. Correct. And what city was it that you met this person? Dallas. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Dallas. And you testified and you told us that she appeared to be unkept to you. Am I correct? Correct. And you told us that you and her were in the Sprinter for a prolonged period of time. Correct? And this trip that you met Joy, you basically did not have a good experience in that trip either. I didn't say that the whole trip was terrible, but meeting her, it was a weird experience. And notwithstanding that, you made another trip. Am I correct? Correct. Now, you testified and told us about an occasion where you needed to go to the bathroom and Diana followed you from the Sprinter to the bathroom. Do you remember telling us that? She didn't follow me and she led me to the bathroom. She led you. I didn't know where it was. Okay, so she escorted you to the bathroom. She stayed there while you used the bathroom. Correct. And you didn't think that she was trying to restrain you in any way. Am I correct? No. And you eventually went back to the Sprinter. Yes. And you walked back to the Sprinter. 1 minute, y'all. Let me get this real quick. Oh, Lord. Trying to get some out of the refrigerator. Hold on. Y'all hanging on there now? Y'all hanging on there for this. Whew. All right. I followed her back to the Sprinter. Yes. Right. She never put her hands on you. Am I correct? No. Now you testified and told us that there, when she escorted you to the bathroom, that basically she stood outside of the stall. Correct. Right outside of the stall, you said. Correct. So you could, and that somehow caused you to be unnerved. Can you ask your question again? Did that bother you in any way that she stood outside the stall? It was different. I didn't understand it. Okay, but did it bother you? It was different. How so? Nobody has never ever waited for me outside the stall, maybe outside the bathroom, but not directly outside the stall. Oh, okay, okay. You were a guest of Mr. Kelly's. Am I correct? Correct. And you know that she worked for Mr. Kelly. Am I correct? Correct. And were you aware that she had, I'm sorry, and were you aware that she had responsibilities to Mr. Kelly and his guests? She was his assistant, yes. And you knew that she was pretty much escorting you and whomever else was with you, Joy or whomever, wherever you went. Am I correct? I didn't know she was an escort and supposed to be an escort us where we went. No. At the time, I wasn't aware. Did you become aware of that later on? Now, there were times that, well, withdrawn. You were asked on direct examination about certain text messages that you were sent that you sent to Mr. Kelly about the outfits that you were wearing. Yes. Okay. He asked you and you sent them. Am I correct? Yes. You were in San Antonio when you were sending those photographs. Am I correct? Correct. And he was definitely not in San Antonio. Correct. And there was an occasion where you told him that you were going someplace. You sent that. Am I correct? Correct. And you sent that because you said that he asked you or said to you that he wanted to know where you were going to be. You're asking, like, what did I send exactly? I'm not understanding your question. It's not clear. He asked you at some point to keep him informed as to where you're going to be, according to you. Am I correct? Correct. And that's why you sent the photo to him. Am I correct? Sent the photograph. A text message of what? You and your friend at the Olive Garden. Me and my family at the Olive Garden. Yes, I sent him a picture. Right. And you sent that because he asked you or said to you, let me know where you're going to be. He asked me where I was, clear as day in the text. So might the answer to my question be yes then? Objection. Well, overruled. Oh my gosh. I mean, he asked you where you're going, where you were, and you sent him a picture of where you were, right? He asked me like two questions in one, Your Honor. I'm sorry. That's okay. All right, but the question was, where are you? And you sent the picture, right? Or one of the questions. All right, next question. And then there was a time where you sent him a picture of your outfit and asked if that was okay. Yes, sir. And you did that because at some point he asked you to do so. Yes, sir. And you were in San Antonio when you sent that photo. Am I correct? Yes, sir. And of your volition, you sent him an outfit, a picture of your outfit, and asked him if that outfit was okay. Can you start over? At some point, you sent him a picture of the outfit and asked him if the outfit was okay. Yes, sir. Now you testified and told us about a situation where Mr. Kelly, I think this was in the LA trip in the studio, that it appeared, to be jogging into where you were, grabbed something and jogged back out. Correct. Now, you knew before going out on any of these trips that Mr. Kelly was a very busy man. Am I correct? Correct. And you knew that he and his talents were in high demand. Am I correct? No, not at the time. But you learned that. Am I correct? I wasn't aware. You never learned it. Objection. Well, I'm a little unclear. Are you saying, are you asking her, was his talent was in high demand? High demand, yes. All right. And did you know whether that was true or not? No, ma'am. I would not know that. All right. Next question. Oh my gosh. You Googled him, right? Objection, Your Honor. Overruled. You Googled him, right? Your Honor, may I? No, he's entitled to ask you questions. Just do your best to answer them. If you don't understand, then just let me know. I didn't know this had gotten this choppy and dicey back up. I didn't know this. So I'm sorry. I'm into this and I'm not even thinking about the time. I'm just reading. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. We're back on Cannon. You Googled him. Am I correct? Yes. And the purpose of your Googling him was to find out about him. Am I correct? Yes. And when you Googled him, you learned of all the number one hits that he had. Am I correct? No. You overlooked that part? Objection. Overruled. How much time did you spend Googling him? It was literally a Google and then that's it. I'm not, Your Honor, I'm not looking to see every number one hit, latest album. It's not. If you didn't know that, that's fine. He's asking specific questions. Well, do your best to answer them. Back on Cannon. In fact, you spoke to one of your friends about Mr. Kelly after you initially met him. Am I correct? Incorrect. Didn't you tell us? Well, didn't you say in your interview with the government that you contacted after the after party, the first time you ever met Mr. Kelly, your sister was very excited and said to you, you got to talk to Mr. Kelly. Yes, sir. You asked me if I talked to my friend. I did not. I had a conversation with my sister. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that you instruct the witness to listen to the question and answer the question. She did. She said she didn't ask her friend. She asked her sister. Let's not argue, please. Put your question to the witness. Do not argue with the counsel. Just answer the question. If you don't understand, say you don't understand and he'll rephrase it. Go ahead, Mr. Cannon. Okay. So isn't it a fact? So you don't remember telling the government that you spoke to your friend about Mr. Kelly and haven't met him, and your friend said, you better talk to Mr. Kelly. He's a grown-ass man. You said right after the concert, sir, and that's not the conversation that was had. Okay, the question is, Your Honor, he's asking you, I'm sorry. May we just have a sidebar? No, we don't have to have a sidebar. Just the question is, you're saying that you spoke to your friend at a separate time. Is that right? Yes, these questions are very general. I'm not understanding. The questions are not clear, Your Honor, at all. Well, I think they are. If you have difficulty answering them, you let me know. Mr. Cannon, can you put another question to the witness? After you had met Mr. Kelly initially, you contacted your friend. Am I correct? Sure. and you told your friend that you just met R. Kelly. Am I correct? Incorrect. You didn't tell your friend that you met R. Kelly? I did not initially after the concert. No, I didn't. Sometime later, did you tell your friend that? Yes. All right, next question. And your friend said to you that you better talk to him. He's a grown ass man. Correct. And your friend was excited. Am I correct? Encouraging. Encouraging? Yes, sir. And encouraging of you to speak with him, develop a relationship with him? Yes. Now you followed that advice. Am I correct? Yes. And your sister was equally encouraging. Am I correct? Yes. And you followed her advice as well. Am I correct? Yes. Now, when you were in LA and you were waiting in the Sprinter, you felt uncomfortable because you were waiting in there for such a long time. Are you asking me if I felt uncomfortable? That's my question. Yes. And did you open the door in LA? No, sir. And you did, and you text Diana? Yes. And she came? Yes. And she opened the door? Yes. And you and Diana went somewhere? Diana showed me where the bathroom was. Okay. And then you eventually came back to the bathroom? Right. I think you said back to the bathroom. No, we didn't come back to the bathroom. Back to the Sprinter. Correct. Now, how many times did you have to text Diana in order to get her to come take you to the bathroom? Are you asking me that night, just then? We're talking about that night. I had to text her twice about the bathroom. And there was the first text, and then about 15 minutes later, you sent a second text. I don't know. And then she eventually came. Yes. You don't know what she was doing when you sent her the text. Am I correct? At the time in LA, yes. I did not know what she was doing the first time I sent the text. What was she doing? Waiting on the goddamn lifetime check. Okay, waiting in the Sprinter with me in the passenger seat. And so she was in the passenger seat and you text her? Yes. Didn't call out to her? She wouldn't be able to hear me. That's not my question. My question is that you didn't call out to her. No. Now, and then you eventually text her a second time and she got out of the passenger seat and I text her to use the bathroom the first time in that setting. And she said, okay, stand by. And she came back. Okay. Now you testified earlier today about Mr. Kelly being asleep and you're picking up his phone and answering his phone. Do you remember telling us that? Incorrect. I never said I answered his phone. You looked at the messages coming on his phone. Am I correct? I looked at the screen. His phone is locked. Okay. And you looked at all of the phones and am I correct that he had? The two, yes. Was it two or three? There was two by me. And you had no fear of doing that, right? No. And he didn't say anything to you about it. Am I correct? He didn't know. He was asleep. So he didn't know. So when you picked up the phone and you looked at the messages, you said to us this morning that it was a group text and all of them were from women. You remember telling us that? No. I ain't said no shit like that. Damn, this bullshit. I'm tired. I'm hungry. Shit. Hey, all these stupid ass questions. Shit. I'm not young. I got to go. This bullshit. Do you remember saying that before lunch? I said a group text of women. Of women, okay. There were names associated with the text messages. Correct. Basically, you discern that all of those people were women. I went off of the female names I saw on the screen. You saw some numbers on the screen too, right? Correct. Basically, you saw those calls, those messages, and you said you tried to wake him up. I tried to wake him up while his phone was going off before I looked at the phone. At some point, Diana came to the room. Yes. And got him up to go to a meeting. Yes, sir. I asked you earlier this morning about the show that you appeared on to talk about this. You appeared on at least 7 shows. Am I correct? I don't know the exact number. Do you recall appearing on something called Corinne Carter? Can you say it again? Corein. That's a show? I'm asking you. I never heard of that, a show called that. What about CBS This Morning? Yes. And on that show, you appeared with your attorney, Miss Aldred. Correct. Then you appeared on something called She Talks LA. Correct. And Dr. Oz. Correct. And on Dr. Oz, again, you had Miss Aldred with you. Correct. In fact, she participated in the interview. Am I correct? Correct. And then you went on something called Chelsea Grayson. That's a person? Yes. Did you have an interview with this person, Chelsea Grayson? Yes. Then you went on Channel 5. Channel 5, that's a channel? I don't know. Okay, fair to say you appeared on at least 5 to 7 television shows. Correct. And podcasts as well. Correct. In one of the podcasts we spoke about this morning, the paper route. On that show, you stated during that interview, I don't like the word victim because I don't feel like I'm a victim. I'm a young woman. And let's be clear. I made a choice to be involved with that person. Do I feel like everything he did was right? Hell no. But I had a choice. And that's why I walked away. I did not move in with him. I did not live with him. I did not take any money from him. There is a choice that you have to make. You said that. Correct. You made a choice. Correct. And you're not a victim. Correct. Thank you. In a redirect? Yes, Your Honor. Do you think it's long? Because I'm tired of you motherfuckers and I want y'all out my courtroom. I'm tired as hell. It might not be a bad time to take a break. I don't think it's very long. Okay, good. Now we're back on the prosecution. Remember, this is the prosecution's case in chief, so they are on redirect, right? Now, the objections will be coming from the defense. Good afternoon. During the cross-examination before the lunch break, you were asked some questions about how you remember all these details from 3 years ago. Do you remember those questions? Now, let me stop right here. Now, on redirect, the prosecution has to come back up here to make sure that their victim witness, make sure that the jury realize why she may not be able to remember some of these questions, to put it in a context or a comparison of like how to remember something now versus remember something long ago, whatever. I don't know. I don't remember this. I don't read the transcript, so I'm just going through it. So I'm just foreseeing or foreshadowing that this is what the conversation is going to be, the line of questions anyway. So let's see. So they got to, they don't believe that her testimony her cross-examination was damaging, but it got to make sure that the main thing is that the jury believes that they can rely on her testimony to be accurate, that there's no challenges to her memory. And if there are challenges, then this is the reason why. So somewhere down here, the prosecutor could try to, tidy that up in a better way than I'm saying it. Okay, so let's see where this goes. So let me start from the question. During cross-examination before the lunch break, you were asked some questions about how you remembered all these details from 3 years ago. Do you remember those questions? Correct. You provide the government with a screen recording of all of your chats with Diana Copeland. Correct. Objection. Overruled. Correct. That spanned the time that you began traveling and seeing the defendant. Correct. Correct. As you testified, the defendant told you to keep Diana appraised as things were happening on your trip, correct? Correct. And you asked for permission to do certain things, correct? Correct. Is it fair to say that having text messages from that time period is a way you've been able to refresh your recollection about certain details? Okay. So now they're saying she's not lying. Her testimony isn't inconsistent. She's able to remember. She sometimes may need the help of something to refresh her recollection, right? She says correct. You were also asked some questions before lunch on cross-examination about your having been in college, then leaving college. Do you remember those questions? Yes. Had your parents supported you financially? Yes. And did that include while you were seeing the defendant? Yes. And do they continue to support you financially? Yes. Are your parents successful? Yes. You damn right. Have you ever wanted for anything on a financial aspect? No. Did you ask the defendant to support you? No. You were asked some questions on cross-examination before the lunch break about certain dates, about when you went to a lawyer and when you went to the Dallas Police Department and so forth. Do you remember those questions? Yes. One moment, Your Honor. Sure. You testified that you went to the Dallas Police Department on April 9th, 2018. Do you remember that? Yes. Mr. Koenig, the defense attorney, showed you a document that indicated something about a demand letter being sent on April 17, 2018. Do you remember those questions? Yes. April 9, 2018, that's before April 17, 2018, correct? Correct. So you went to the Dallas Police Department first, correct? Correct. You were asked some questions on cross-examination about various things that happened in your travels to see Mr. Kelly. Do you remember those questions? Correct. And I think you testified on cross-examination that certain things happened on those trips that you were uncomfortable with or that you didn't want to happen. Is that correct? Correct. You also testified yesterday that there were two sides to the defendant, correct? Correct. In fact, you testified that at the very beginning of your testimony, correct? Yes. That it wasn't all bad, correct? Correct. Just before you finish, okay, let me stop right there. So that question, she asked that, the relationship between those two, that it wasn't all bad, correct? To show that, so she's trying to counter the attack when he was asking her, well, you kept going back when you felt, stuff that you didn't want to do. You felt, like he degraded you and this, that, and the third. She was saying, they tying it in, they trying to bring it together to say that she went back because not all the times were the encounters with R. Kelly, the exchanges, communications, whatever, was all bad. Some, in fact, was good, which if you're a female, or sometimes men too, if it ain't all bad, you might go back or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And she's young. All right, let's see. Okay. And she says correct. Just before you finish, Mr. Kenny asked you some questions about a podcast where you indicated that you didn't like the term victim, right? Correct. In that same podcast, did you also say that you didn't like the term survivor? Correct. Mr. Canning asked you a lot of questions about choices you made. Do you remember those questions? Correct. And pretty much all of the questions asked you about choices to get on flights and choices to contact Diana. Those were all things you had talked about and testified about on direct examination, correct? Correct. In your time seeing the defendant also made choices, correct? Correct. Mr. Cannon, objection. Overruled. So right there, the prosecutor is trying to illustrate that they're trying to say, like, Faith, it was like her choice and only her choice, whatever. The prosecution is also just showing that it's a two-way street. And R. Kelly had choices too. So where Canick tried to shift the responsibility and accountability solely on Faith during his line of questioning, the prosecutor is trying to bring it back towards the middle to say, hey, it was a two-party exchange, right? All right, let's see where I didn't expect to do none of this tonight. So let me see if y'all still with me. Yeah, y'all still in there. Okay. Okay, let me see. Okay. So, of course, Mr. Cannon objected to that. The court overruled. Okay, it says the defendant choose not to tell you he had herpes, correct? Correct. The defendant chose to ignore you when you said you weren't comfortable with sex, correct? Correct. In Los Angeles, the defendant chose to grab the back of your head, put his penis in your mouth, keep his hand pushing towards your penis, penis with a gun next to him, correct? Correct. No further questions. Any recross? Yes. Oh, Lord, can't let it go. Let me take a bite of this cheese real quick. Oh, damn. Okay. Now we're on Cannon. Now this is his recross. So now he probably feels like it was a little damage that was done. So now he got to come and just kind of tidy it up. All right, get his point across. Right now, at this point, they're trying to pulling a tug of war with the jury. Right? They're trying to, make her credibility look bad. That's what the defense is trying to do. As far as like she can't remember, whatever. So that's making her not a credible witness. Her memory, she can't remember. She's inconsistent. If she, if they caught her in a lie, those type of things, right? Let's see. Okay, now we're on Candy. It says, and you made the choice to go back to see him, right? Correct. After he had done all those things to you, correct? According to you, right? Correct. In fact, you didn't make the choice to go to another city. You went to several other cities. Am I correct? To visit him after that. After what? You don't know what I'm talking about? I don't actually either. Now see, Judge Donna got tired. She said, I don't actually either. Here you go, Canning. We're talking about the fact the government just asked her on redirect about. The easiest thing to do is to put the question again, if you don't mind. This is Cannick again. After you saw it was in LA that, according to you, he grabbed your head, put it on his penis. Correct. And according to you, it was in LA that he had the gun next to him when he did this. Correct. And after that, you went to see him in another city. Am I correct? Correct. One last time. But you went to see him in another city after that. Am I correct? Yes. What city was that? New York. You went through making choice of you went through making the choice of contacting him for another trip. Am I correct? Correct. The government asked you a short while ago about you were told to ask Diana to give you permission to do things. I'm sorry. Can you ask that question again? You testified a short while ago in a question put to you that you were told to ask Diana for permission to do things. That's incorrect. That's not what I said. My question was that asked of you a short while ago by the government? No. You didn't ask her. I'm sorry. You didn't ask her, say you had to ask Diana for permission? Damn. No. You didn't have to ask anyone for permission. I had to ask your client, R. Kelly. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Faith came through with the snappy attitude. Wait a minute. Let me go back on that. Question. You didn't have to ask anyone for permission. I had to ask your client, R. Kelly. Beg your pardon? R. Kelly. R. Kelly is who you had to ask for permission? Correct. The permission that you were asking is what R. Kelly told you to check in with Diana to make sure that she knows where you are and make sure that you're okay. Isn't that a fact? Correct. Thank you. Anything else? No, Your Honor. Shit. Now I'm done. I think I'm done with Faye. Yeah. Faith had got her one in before she goddamn got off that goddamn stand. She said, your client, R. Kelly. I asked him. I had asked him. hey, by the end of the goddamn back and forth, Faith had caught on what the fuck people was trying to do to her. I had to ask your client, R. Kelly. That's crazy as hell. That was fun as hell. Oh, that was funny as hell. Y'all, I didn't know it was like that. Everybody tell me about all that. Shit. Ooh, let me holler at some of y'all that'll come up in here. Oh, we did all that in 3.5. Okay. Hey, Chi-Town OG. Lil Mac attack. Hey, Alvera Ward. What's good with it? Hey, I am Wanda Lachey. What's good with it? I am Wanda Lachey. Welcome and welcome back. What's going on? Wait a minute. What's happening with Wanda Lachey? Why are you here? What's going on? Hey, Samantha Nicole. I said, hey, Coco, share that earlier. Oh, what's going on? Y'all welcome Wanda Lachey in the building. She done came out swinging and banging. She ain't Wanda Lachey said she don't want to hear that shit. Hey, Faith, I think I got you earlier. She said, yo, client, R. Kelly. And I got Zoe. Ooh, hey, Love's Fair. So we know about the letter. Let me look at something real quick, because I know we went through the surviving R. Kelly bomb thing. We went through that. But did she ever address the letter? Don't worry, I ain't gonna read that if I find it in here. But I want to know, did she address the letter thing with regards to Don in here? Or did I read that shit already? Hold on. I'm talking, did I read in the transcripts? Hold on. Let me see. Faith starts at 21:23. She said, yo, client. Okay, let me see. Okay, so I went all through the entire cross. I ain't seen nothing about it. She told him about it. She had no herpes in 2013. It's bullshit. Okay, where is the letter? Um, let me just see if there's a letter. And around the first time you try to see it. R. Kelly. Okay, I'm trying to see. Okay, so they would talk about what happened in Applebee's because, and they would talk about that in this trial because well, if they talk about that, then they should be talking about. Should they be talking about that letter? Hold on, let me see if I can find that letter in this transcript. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't. I'll be like my first reaction. I did try to, at least find out where they started talking about faith in the transcripts. But I didn't. Let me see. If y'all don't mind. Okay. I think I did go. Wait a minute. Did I read about the exposed part and all of that in here? What is this? Okay, as you go to find out, I dropped. Went to my parents. There was someone living house on 614. Hold on. Okay, what kind of selfie did you send him? My outfit. Hold on. That's 2141. By her outfit. Let me see something. Letter. Okay, after that, Tony dressed up. He told me that the text. Down to the emojis. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, after that, he told me to get dressed for going to. The letter he asked you to write was things about your family. Okay, well, let's. Okay. Here go back this letter. I want to read about this letter. Okay, hold on. Let me put it up about this damn letter. I ain't gonna hold y'all no too much longer. I just want to cover all that because I don't want to come back and do no more on this. I like to tidy it up. Okay. Talk about this letter. Okay. So, and I'm trying to connect the parts that has something to do with Don, right? R. Kelly's situation is over. I'm just trying to get the parts with Don. But we had to go over that herpes thing. Got into that. I didn't plan to go through that. So I'm sorry I kept y'all for that. But All this shit that had the herpes since 2013, all this bullshit. I wanted to get that together. Okay, let's see. It said this time to get another number. Text. He said, told me to text. Okay, so all right, so let's start talking about this letter. Okay, so this is direct, and I'm gonna start about this letter. I'm gonna see if I can connect Don somewhere up in here and see where he's connected, if we can get that far. Okay, the letter he asked you to write with things about your family. Did you end up doing that? No. Was it after that he asked you to send that text you just described? Correct. You testified that the text you sent was a group text. Is that correct? Correct. Is that right? Correct. Did you have any understanding about who that text was being sent to? I was sending the group text to all of his numbers. He has different phones. I was sending that text to multiple phones belonging to the defendant. Correct. What, if anything, did the defendant say to you in that hotel room in Dallas about rules? He had let me know that they had rules and that pretty much they are understood. They are followed. He has a way to be greeted down to the rules as to when he walks into the room. And everybody greets um, each other. They all kiss him, things like that. Okay, so let me see if I'm trying to get to Don, trying to get to where Don comes into play. Because I want to read about the letter. Let me see if I can find the letter again. Let me see. Okay, here go the part I need. Right, chimp. Okay, describe what it. Okay. Okay, let me see how far I go up. Okay, the worst purpose sending text was that we have college. Okay, wait a minute. A couple of days later, I got a phone. I asked to be in a conversation. Okay, wait a minute. After he left Dallas Police Department, did you? Okay, wait a minute. Back to the lawyer. Sorry, y'all. All right. Just for a moment. My conversation returned. After my conversation returned, objection can. Okay, because another conversation. Okay. When was I texting him saying text me back? I know you have herpes. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Understand about the herpes, what type you had. I don't want to go through all this about them herpes. We done beat the herpes down. Okay. The lawyer. Okay. Question. And why did you want to have a conversation with him? I wanted to discuss my STD status. And did he respond? No. After receiving no response from the defendant, did you contact the lawyer? Correct. And why did you do that? Because there was no other way for me to get resolvement in this. And the lawyer you contacted, was that a lawyer in Texas? Correct. Where were you living? I mean, were you living? Correct. And after contacting a lawyer in Texas, did you and the lawyer go to report anything anywhere? Yes. So shortly after I obtained a lawyer, he heard everything that happened between me and Mr. Kelly. He had let me know that it's actually illegal for someone somebody to give you a STD and they know. This is on direct, so this is Mr. Canick objecting. Objection. Well sustained as to that. You had a conversation with the lawyer, and what happened next? After my conversation with my attorney, we went to Dallas Police first, and we tried to get some type of resolvement there. They told me that because the basis of my, well, just while you were at the Dallas Police Department, what, if anything, did the police you met with while you were there try to do? They had told me that I had to. Objection. I know it is difficult. Don't tell us what they told you. Did you do something with them? Correct. Okay, what did you do? So I called him. You called who? I called R. Kelly, and he did not answer. So after I called, we back on the prosecutor. Okay, so here's the prosecutor. Okay, so let's just stop there for a moment. When you called R. Kelly, the defendant's phone number, was that in presence of Dallas police personnel? Correct. And was the plan to record that phone call? Correct. What, if anything, were you planning to discuss with the defendant if he answered the phone? If he answered the phone, we were going to discuss the herpes. And I think you testified the defendant did not answer. Is that right? Correct. Following that, were you advised to try to make another recording or to make a recording of the defendant? Correct. Discussing the herpes? Correct. And after you left the Dallas Police Department that day, did you and your lawyer attempt to do that? We did. And how, if at all, did you try to get the defendant on the phone after that? In the wee hours of the morning, a couple of days later, I had got a phone call from Mr. Kelly. I answered. We had a conversation. Prior to that, had you sent him any text messages? Yes. And what was the purpose of sending him the messages? So that we could have a conversation to talk. Now, and then I think you, at some point, did you, in fact, speak to the defendant over the phone? Correct. He ended up calling me back. I answered. He let me know. He said, your name came up. And he said, you're the only faith I know. He said, I just want to let you know you still have a friend in me. You really do. And I said, I do. He said, yeah. And I said, well, why didn't you tell me? He said, tell you what? I said, you didn't tell me you had anything. He said, well, basically, he said, if I had some, excuse me, if he had something, we weren't going to discuss it over the phone. He said, I don't know what you're talking about, but if I did know what you were talking about, we're not going to have that conversation over the phone. Oh, Lord, R. Kelly. Wait a minute. He advised me to come to Chicago. But this time he said, you get your own flight and I'll give you the money back. He said, you come up here, you meet me, and you just let me know. And I said, okay. And did you go to Chicago? No. Did you have any intention on going to Chicago? No. When the defendant called you and you had the conversation you just described, what, if anything, did you do during that phone call? I had to put my lawyer on three-way and he recorded the call. Your lawyer recorded the call? Yes. Now, in addition to the Dallas Police Department, did you go to another police department after that? Correct. And do you recall where that was? In New York. And was that in Long Island? Correct. And did you make a report there? Yes. Now, at some point, did your lawyer in Texas refer you to a lawyer in New York? Correct. And what, if anything, did the lawyer in New York file? She filed my lawsuit. And that was a lawsuit against the defendant, correct? And was the lawyer's name Lydia Hills? Correct. I'm showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 231, exhibit published. Do you see this envelope on your screen? Correct. And is it addressed to Lydia C. Hills, Esquire, at an address in Brooklyn, New York? Correct. And was it the lawyer who filed the lawsuit for you in New York? Correct. And was it sent by certified mail, this letter? Correct. And is there a name on the address indicated in the top left corner? Yes, Robert Kelly, 219 North Justine Street, Chicago, Illinois. And just looking at Government Exhibit 231 again, I am going to zoom in. Do you see the USPS postage on this? Yes. And do you see the date where my finger is indicating? Yes, November 20th, 2018. Now, at this point, had your lawyer already filed the lawsuit? Correct. I am showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 231A, exhibit published. Actually, I'm sorry, to the jury only, please. This is the courtroom deputy. You have to wait. I'm sorry. It's okay. You can go. Thank you. Now, is this actually, may I approach you one moment, Your Honor? Sure. Can you just take a look at the documents in Government's Exhibit 231A that I just handed you? And the witness complies. Having looked at the documents in the Government Exhibit 231A, at some point, did your lawyer show you these documents? Correct. Now, for the jury only, published only to the jury. I am starting with the first page of Government's Exhibit 231A. You are not going to read this whole thing, are you? Okay, Judge Ann's fucking nerves is short. Her patience, she ain't got much, honey. No, I'm not. Don't worry, Judge. Does this have a case caption with your full name and the defendant's versus the defendant's full name? Correct. And is this purportedly something, a document titled Notice of Delivery? Correct. And is it addressed to the law office of Lydia C. Hills in Brooklyn, New York? Correct. And it has a declaration from someone named June Barrett that she calls the foregoing notice of delivery to be delivered. Is that right? Correct. Now we get to them. And do you see the name and address of June Barrett on the bottom of this? And if Dana wouldn't have hollered the name June Barrett 1,000 times, we wouldn't know who June Barrett is. And correct. And is that the address listed 1826 South Millen Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, with a phone number listed and an email, junes.5 yahoo.com. Lord have mercy. Correct. All right. I'm showing the second page of this exhibit. And again, does this appear to be a letter addressed to your lawyer, Lydia C. Hills? Correct. And it has a date on the top of October 22nd, 2018. Correct. And now I want to focus on a particular portion of this letter. Do you see a paragraph in the second from the bottom that I'm pointing to, indicating yes? And I'm not going to ask you to read the whole thing, but does it state, please advise, and then your last miss and your last name, your client, to abandon this heartless effort to destroy my musical legacy for selfish personal enrichment. If she persists in court action, she will be subjected to public opinion during the discovery process. For example, my law team is prepared to request that production of the medical test results providing the origin of her STD claim, as well as 10 personal male witnesses testifying under oath about her sex life in support of her claim, and complete records of her text, FaceTime messages exchange, which will be reviewed to match and be authenticated by recipient to ensure there are no omissions or deletions. And then the following paragraph. Just slow down a little bit, please, just for the court reporter. I apologize. That's all right. And then the last paragraph on that page says, if Miss and your last name really cares about her own reputation, she should cease her participation and association with the organizers of this negative campaign. Counteractions are in the developmental stages and due to be released soon. And do you see a signature and then the name Robert Sylvester Kelly? Correct. Now, I am showing you the third page of this exhibit. Now, does this appear to be a page from the lawsuit or the complaint that your attorney filed in New York Supreme Court? Correct. That's what it is. And do you see a stamp on it? Correct. And what does the stamp say? I do not accept this offer to contract and I do not consent to these proceedings. Boy, I tell you, honey, this him hoodwink, niggified ass law shit they running from their goddamn kitchen table. Honey, this is funny as hell. Let's keep going on. All right. And do you see a notary signature? Yes, June Barrett. And is that dated for October 29th? October 29, 2018. And then is there also a notary stamp? June Barrett, Notary Public, State of Illinois. Correct. And on that page, same page, does there also appear to be above June Barrett's signature? Does there appear to be another line to the word by and a signature written there? Correct. Now, I'm showing you the next page of the exhibit. Again, is this stamped with, I do not accept this offer to contract and I do not consent to these proceedings. They putting that shit up there like, okay, like it's supposed to stop everything in the court because they don't consent to it. Boy, I tell you, boy, send me some shit like that. Oh, Lord have mercy. Anyway, let's see, correct. And again, it is there a notary stamp for June A. Barrett? Signature for June A. Barrett and a date. Correct. And above that, again, does there appear to be another signature there? Correct. Showing you the next page of exhibit. Does this appear to be a summons for the lawsuit that your lawyer filed? Correct. And again, does it state, I do not accept this offer to contract. I do not accept these proceedings. Correct. And signed and notarized by June A. Barrett. Correct. And another signature on top of June A. Barrett's signature. Correct. Showing you the following page. Is this titled testimony? Correct. And at the bottom, is there a signature? Yes. And the date? Yes. And then a witness signature. Correct. I am showing you the next page of the exhibit. What do you see written at the top? Here is Faith, your client. And yes, I apologize. Make sure not to say your last name. Now below where it says, here is Faith, your client. Do you see a series first of 3 photographs? Yes. And are those photographs of you? Yes. And the first 2 photographs are those from television? Correct. All. The first 3 are. Okay. And underneath those 3 photographs, can you see what's written? Here's a sample of the real Faith. I'm sorry. Just remember not to say your last name. How about this? I'll read it okay. Okay. Is this in evidence? Yes, this is part of the same government exhibit 231A. Okay, go ahead. Here is a sample of the real Faith and then your last name. Remember, she lives in Texas, so her claim of being intimidated falls flat because these pictures were sent via text. Is that right? Correct. Did I read that correctly? Okay. And below that there is a series of 4 photographs. Correct. And the first photograph, do you recognize who is in that photograph? R. Kelly and I. And do you recognize the room you're in? Yes. Where was that from? In the recording studio that I was in LA. And there is another photograph right next to that. Correct. Is that a photograph of you? Correct. Is there a part of your breast exposed? Yes. And do you recall anything about where this photograph was taken? I don't know where it was taken, but I know it was a picture he took of me. When you say he, who are you referring to? R. Kelly. And is there another photograph of you next to that photograph, that picture? Correct. And in that picture, does it show an exposed portion of your buttocks? Correct. And then the final photograph on that row, do you recognize what that is a picture of? Yes. He told me to send him a picture, and I sent him a picture of my outfit. So is that a photograph of text messages between you and the defendant? Correct. And in these, what you sent is what you sent on the left side and in gray? Correct. And the pictures? Correct. And is what the defendant said on the right side and in blue? Correct. And below, a photograph of you. Did you write, is this better, Daddy? Correct. And at the bottom of this page, is there some text written? Yes. And does it state, I assure you, this would not be considered a Sunday go to the meeting dress. The next 2 pictures have been cropped for the sake of not exposing her extremities to the world. Yet, I'm a singer, not a doctor. So how does Miss and your last name justify her transmission of these kind of pictures? Is that what it said? Correct. I'm not showing you the final page. I'm now showing you the final page of Government's Exhibit 231A. And is there some text at the top of this page followed by photographs of text messages? Correct. And at the top of the page, does it state Ms. and your last name usage of daddy was her choice? It's very interesting how different in age only becomes a factor when things didn't go as she planned. Is that what it says? Correct. Now, focusing on the first text message on this page. Again, do you recognize who these texts are between? They are between him and I. The defendant and you? Correct. And in these texts are what you wrote to the defendant. Is that on the left side in gray? Yes, it is on the left side in gray. And what the defendant wrote to you is on the right side in blue? Yes. And at some point in the text message exchange, did you send the defendant an address? Correct. And do you have any memory of why you were doing that? I was going out. I was sending him where I was going. And why did you need to send the defendant the address of where you were going? Those are his rules. Now, turning to the second text message, the middle text message on this page, I want to focus here on the date of the text messages. First of all, do you recognize? Do you have a member of these text messages? Absolutely. Are they these from April? Correct. Do you know April of what year? April 2018. And was this after your final trip to New York to see the defendant? Correct. And what are these texts? Why were you sending the text in gray? The text in April, the first one I sent him when I was in Dallas. And the one on the 21st was after he called me and said he wanted to talk. And so when you said you sent it when you were in Dallas, what were you in Dallas doing? Trying to file a police report. So that was the time, or this was in the vicinity of the time that you had that you had gone to the Dallas Police Department to make a report. Correct. They were trying to trap his ass up. And as you testified earlier, while you were in the police officer's presence, you attempted to make a recorded call and the defendant did not answer. Correct. And I think you testified earlier that thereafter you contacted the defendant again via text messages to try to make a recording as the police had advised you. Correct? Correct. Is that the text messages we're seeing here? Correct. Why did you send the defendant? I've been thinking, and I don't want to do this. Can we talk about how to make it go away? That was after we had that conversation when he had told me that I could come to Chicago and things like that. That was supposed to be the follow conversation. After that, once he had learned, we didn't speak on the phone actually until that news got out that I obtained a lawyer to file a lawsuit. If you see those texts have the 12-day difference, was it after these texts that you spoke to him on the phone? Correct. Fair to say that you were trying to get him to call you. Correct. Looking at the third photograph of the text messages on this page, it is a continuation of the second set of text messages. Correct. The times I just showed you, including the photographs of and the text messages, those were all sent to your lawyer, Lydia Hills. Correct. Let me see if I can get to more of where Dawn come in at. All right, they are breaking. Hold on. Is this another heated exchange? Wait a minute. Hold on. Technical difficulty, LA. All right, what is this? Okay, we're having technical difficulty. Sorry, y'all. I'm just trying to get to more Dawn. Because this is about Dawn, really. This is not about R. Kelly. Just trying to get to the Dawn part. Oh, my leg. She never pointed. Okay. Turn to the government. Okay. All right. So we done already went through that part. Okay. Now, so I think we done covered all of the Dawn part. And that is the point. Because there's a little traction moving in his case. And I want to cover the Dawn with the faith stuff. Now it's late, but I'll go and drop the link. I don't know if somebody wants to chime on in. Because I did say it was open forum. And I will open it. Yep, I will open it. Let me pin this link. Okay, okay. So that was a lot. That was a lot. Now, she may have to repeat her testimony in Don. He did a lot of boy, boy. But one thing he did do, he he did get out the way of R. Kelly's case, right? Because he could have easily cooperated and but here's the thing, right? Now, here's the thing. With Don's particular situation, I remember Larry a long time ago reading, I don't know where it is in Payson. I ain't about to try to find it. But I remember him reading something where Don had allegedly sent a text to R. Kelly to say, if you got some more pictures, and he was like, yes, or he got better or more, whatever that exchange was, right? Now, that little bit right there, that would have kind of connected R. Kelly to this, but I don't know if it would have been sustainable, right? Would if it I don't know what the defense, may have could have used to, sever those two, right? To make it appear that Don just acted, as a alone, right? Because just that little bit, I don't think that would be enough to connect R. Kelly to it. Even though you could the prosecutor could put on, like, for a good logic to the to the jury, as saying, like, why else would he be doing this? Something like the situation with those tapes in Chicago. Like, why else would they be recuperating these tapes and shit if it wouldn't have benefit R. Kelly, whatever? But you know, I don't know what all they have or whatever they can make that sticky. It's just more than giving an illusion, right? It's more than that. You got to do more than that. So, just say, if Don would have taken a plea, and he could have. I mean, he really could have. If he would have participated, if he would have cooperated, like the what that dude named the airline dude, I don't believe that he would have gotten off with no probation or time served. He would have done a little time, but it probably wouldn't be nowhere like what would probably face, right? Because a lot of the actions that he that he did, that they allege he did, it shows that he acted alone, right? And a lot of this shit with his mama. So I'm trying to see. So I can support him having his own separate indictment, just like the rest of them, of course. But they did not. They I think for the purpose of just making sure it seemed, you know, by Judge Donnelly, I think they had a lot of the background in there from R. Kelly, because if you look at the complaint, I didn't read the complaint, but most of that is stuff with most of the stuff with regards to R. Kelly, right? But with this calling the goddamn bomb threat and all this bullshit in and whatever, that's like he is a lone actor. So I could have, if they would have even tried, and I don't think that's why the prosecutor didn't even try to put that, make Don no goddamn co-defendant, or had him. You know what? They could have tried to charge him in the let me see, where would he fit in the RICO? Let me see. Predicate act, but okay. He would, let me see. Did he have two acts? Did Don have two acts? One in furtherance of the other? That's what you need for RICO. So was one, did he do something in furtherance of another crime? So let me see. Yeah, because he did the style 67. Well, he made the call, made the bomb threat. I mean, he sent the letter. I think they could have got two acts on him. He could have been in that damn RICO if they would have found that he had, two acts, right? And so they didn't do that. So I say he played it. He played it good for R. Kelly. Now, for him, I don't. Hmm. Well, hell, he could really now. He can go to court. I don't know if he's gonna do this. I think he is a better friend than this. But to get less time or to save his own ass, he could go to court and just be the victim like a motherfucker all the way around. He gonna be a victim too, and be like, he don't have to say, okay, well, R. Kelly told me to do, because it's no proof of R. Kelly even telling him to do that. I don't think R. Kelly told him to do no shit like that. But I mean, it could have been shit. They could have even they could have even got him on like a conspiracy type thing, right? With that little communication, but he had with R. Kelly, they could have got him on the conspiracy thing. So, but he did. I think he did it best because it looked like did he escape conspiracy? Did he escape that? I forgot. I know I just read the shit. I think I did. I think he didn't get conspiracy or anything like that. So he can go and he can take he got his options. He can just take his shit and try to. I mean, they got too much stuff for him to say to try to fight a straight up. He ain't do it. So is he gonna come with I did it? Is he gonna come with him? And here's an exculpatory defense, right? Is he gonna excuse it or justify it? Is he gonna come with one? But if you do that, then what you gonna say? If you do that, then it would make sense that for your story to make sense, you would have to say something about R. Kelly. You got to blame him some way, and I don't think he's gonna do that. So it seems though given that he did all that shit with that email and all that shit, acting like nobody can trace his ass, he might try to go with a straight up, I'm innocent, I ain't do it. I don't know how that's gonna work. So maybe he'll just plead guilty. That don't mean just because somebody plead guilty, don't mean you telling somebody. Doesn't mean he'll plead guilty and try to get lesser time. You know, that way he ain't got to worry about no motherfucking defense. That's probably ain't gonna work. And he don't have to worry about throwing nobody under the bus if he's coming up with a justification or an excuse of why he did whatever to try to mitigate his guilt. He just should probably take a plea. R. Kelly's out the way. He's already situated now. You know, he's out the way. He don't have to worry about affecting what he's got going on, you know, with regards to, you know, New York. He don't have the, you know, yeah. I don't know. This is strange. Let me see something. Did he did some strange shit in? Girl, Zoe, you and that goddamn water. Zoe be on my ass. If it ain't her, it be Lavelle. Yes, I got water. I stocked up the refrigerator in here. Yes, I did. I got the water, I got the soda, I got the cheese, I got it all. Thank you for reminding me. But we gonna let me see. They get his ass for some conspiracy shit. Yeah, because this don't make no damn sense. Hold on. Okay. That's a good point. This is indictment. That's one indictment. Boy, that wasn't bright, sir. Okay, let me see if they got any type of conspiracy shit on here. I'm not gonna put this on the screen because I already had it on the screen earlier. Okay, interstate stalking. Okay. And you got, oh, they got conspiracy. I knew it. Damn. Well, shit. Oh well. Okay. All right. Okay. Damn, they got it. I didn't see how they wouldn't have it. So, oh boy. Okay. What's your overall further conspiracy to affect illegal object found overact among others for committed Southern District? Well, down at Russ, they go on down place as a telephone call. Okay, that's where your conspiracy is. On about attempt is never. Okay, who you on about? Okay, defendant and others. Okay, who's the and others? Oh well, Don, you know I be trying. Who is the and others? So yeah, they got conspiracy. Well, think tank, we're gonna have to think about something else for Don, because that ain't gonna work out. Oh man, they got conspiracy. So let's see. Conspiracy. Oh no. Ooh, let me go and get me another piece of cheese, honey. Know about this. What we got for Mr. Don? What's the prescription for Mr. Don, honey? Think tank, come on with it. Y'all be thinking in him. Y'all be all on my damn videos, all on the community board, everybody, all on the text, all in the email, all thinking. I likes this. Think tank, what we gonna do for Don? What we got? Think tank, what we got? I don't know about this. Something told me. Let me see, be sure, because it looked like you could be hit with conspiracy. See, because it seemed like you, I figure it seemed like he did enough. Yeah, that's what we got charged with. Mm, mm, mm. What we got for Don? What we got? Don. I don't know, y'all. I'm gonna have to think about it. What we got for Don? Let me write it down. Mm-hmm. We don't need to figure out what the prosecutor got for Don because they done already told you. Don Russell, what's your RX? I'm writing it down too. We're gonna figure it out. So, honey, y'all, let me get on up out of here. This R. Kelly shit gets crazy by the day. There's never been a case with so many twists and turns. It's going to make a good move. Right. You know what? Love's fair. Let me tell you something. How many, it can't be done in one movie. It would be like on different sections. This is crazy. Yes. And I want to know who are the others in Don's conspiracy. Who ain't tell your crazy ass not to hit no star 67 and do all that shit to your with the emails and shit and the people in your shit? Who ain't tell you that? Don't do no crimes with their ass no more because they ain't no help. They slow as hell. Shit. Damn. No. Child. You know, you hear me snacking on this goddamn live. You know, this shit got me thinking like, God damn. Well, people. Now, I started with red today. I end with blue. Thanks for your support, folks, in all these ways. Make sure you do all these things. So we can do all this. It's always normally when I drop this. And we are live. Thanks, Club White. We ain't had to go dark. Cuss a bitch out. With that being said, let me leave the same way I came. God have mercy. Please don't let nobody else get involved in this crime. I don't have time. We got to get an RX for Don. Hey, thank you to the hostess, the guests, everybody else. Look for somebody else. Love yourself. And whatever the last one I be saying. To the next live.